Good morning, Jean-Pierre.
Good morning to you. All is well on your side?
Yes, we have a brisk morning. I think it's 42 degrees and it got down to like 39 degrees. So we're going to get a little nippy, little frost perhaps on some of the plants.
Yep, here yesterday was 37 in the evening, and then the daytime peak was 77.
Wow.
And
What a range.
I have a new research weather station that's a project with UC Cooperative Extension. It's a biometeorological station.
Cool.
You know, looking at climate change impacts and precision farming. So I'm able now to get exactly the stats. And when we had the peak of the heat wave, it was 117 degrees at the vineyard.
Wow.
Which I'm 4 miles from the ocean, so that gives you an idea of. Now, this was not a good thing. My vine shut down. I had a lot of damage.
Yeah. Does
But,
that biometric monitor do air quality as well?
No, it's got a lot of bells and whistles, including inversion layers. You know, so it's got an antenna at 30 feet taking the temperature, and then
wow.
5 feet above, 3 feet above ground. It does dew point, evapotranspiration automatically,
Wow.
wind speed, you know, rain, solar radiation. And the one additional instrument I'm going to be attaching shortly will be a soil moisture sensor using time domain reflectometry. So
Cool.
it'll give you real-time moisture at 3 different depths. And this is all public accessible, so you can go online, and there are now 20 stations deployed in San Luis Obispo County. They're going to add station in Monterey and Santa Barbara County. So then you'll have a very good network that farmers can access to make more, you know, precise decision on farming, including, of course.
Well, on irrigation, do you expect this is going to save you water for irrigation?
Yeah, because you know, the old semi-station, that's all fine and dandy, but you know, they're many miles apart, and you have microclimates. So it's
my
not
station
reflective.
is of no help to me.
Yeah,
I've given up on it.
Ours is the nearest one is Cal Poly, and it's definitely not used to me because of the big difference where it's located versus Vietnam Valley. Yep.
But does
That's exciting.
Does it give you your daily horoscope?
Well, I'm sure I can find an app for that.
Modern day farmer's almanac for sure.
Yeah. But you know, I can use my smartphone, and I can access anytime, anywhere, all of this data, and it also aggregates them in a graphic form, and it's stored on the cloud, so you have archival capability, you know, for the previous months and ultimately previous years as well.
Yeah, no, those are incredible technologies, and you know, increasingly applicable certainly in this 21st century to a lot of the work that we're doing. So
yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm glad you guys were having a good lively discussion here. It helps at least replicate some of the discussion that would be going on anyway, as we would all gather here at WQCC. So really do appreciate that. It's
morning, folks.
Oh,
good morning, Carl.
Morning, Carl.
I'm glad you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're all gathering in here. It's nine, a little, just I think only a moment or two past 9 here. We'll let folks kind of trickle in. Welcome everyone again, Joaquin here, and just want to reflect and thank everyone for what was an incredible discussion yesterday. And I know there was a lot of talking heads there for a bit. Today is a little more of a breakout discussion that we'll have around race and race equity. But yesterday's overview of the incredible work that we've all been able to do, even with the constraints of COVID, and even in some cases because of the challenges that COVID has brought us, has kind of pushed us more quickly, as we've all remarked here on these platforms, into the 21st century. And that includes with, being able to do remote inspections. And ultimately, as we discussed, these are all benefits that we'll be able to accrue and bring into with us as we transition back to a post-COVID period here. So I think there's great interest in not just keeping so many of these tools, but continuing to improve upon them. I think what we heard as well these last months is we've been iterating so much off of the technologies and their capability. And so I think in this next year, kind of teeing off of the sampling of discussion that we heard yesterday from Michael Lawfer and Yvonne West and Katie at the Office of Planning, Research, and Performance in the training unit, I think is how we kind of better standardize. And as you heard from Michael, all of our regional boards are great laboratories, each one, kind of learning something new and sharing it back. But I think there does come a moment where we kind of agree to, okay, well, what is that standard protocol, whether it's around our board meetings, whether it's around public engagement and workshops, or other benefits as we discussed yesterday. So anyway, just want to thank everyone for a really good discussion. Today, we have an incredible day as well. As I think I heard from multiple chairs and multiple members are just as concerned and just as connected to the racial inequity discussions or the racial equity discussions, but acknowledging the racial inequity that still exists. I reflect back on our institution, this 50-year history that we have at the state water boards. And it was at a time, as we know, when nationally and in the state, there was a discussion around race. There was incredible inequality, and it led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, but also the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act. These acknowledgements that our communities, we needed to decide what were the values that we wanted to build into them. And that was a 50-year discussion there. We now are at a moment, I think, certainly where we have to recommit ourselves and recognize that racial equity, that the diversity of our staff, the diversity of opinions and experience that encompass our entire state are so critical to know, to understand, and to be part of our decision-making process. And that if we sit here and wait for individuals to come to us, it will be those that are most resourced financially and otherwise to do so, and leave out huge swaths of our communities from participating in the decision-making bodies that we are. So that all said, just want to really thank everyone for coming back today. We have, again, a bit more of an interactive discussion here this morning on our racial equity item, but we'll conclude today with discussion around, again, what are the tools and ways that we can continue to support ourselves as board members, water boards members, and just appreciate the incredible work that's gone on today. So I'll leave it at that and hand it over to Jessica to go over some of the logistics and get into today's discussions.
Great, thank you, Chair Esquivel. Hello, my name is Jessica Bean. I know some of you. I'm from our Office of Public Participation. I do want to go over some of the logistics for today's meeting. If you have any technical issues or if you'd like to make comments, you can email the WQCC at waterboards.ca.gov. And comments that are emailed can be read aloud during our public comment section. This meeting is being streamed, so you can use Zoom if you need to, if you'd like to be a part of the meeting, if you're going to be making a comment. However, we would encourage people to use the live stream option via YouTube, not Zoom, if you are not going to be speaking. For example, most of our water board staff, so if there are staff on the line right now, we encourage you to click on that live button in the left upper corner of your Zoom screen. That'll take you directly to the YouTube stream, and then that just makes it a little easier for logistics for us as we're running the meeting today. Oh, there we go. Excuse me, taking a look here. So the links and the agenda for today's meeting are also located online at waterboards.ca.gov/WQCC. Next slide. Thank you. So if you have, let's see, for board members and water board staff and guests, we'd like to edit how you're labeled in Zoom today. So this will help us run the meeting a little bit more smoothly. You should begin with your organization and then followed by your name. So if you take a look in the participants box in your Zoom screen, you can click on that, it'll come up. You'll see that most folks have their organization first and then their name. There are a few folks that don't. So if you wouldn't mind just renaming yourself by hovering over your name, clicking more, and then you should be able to rename yourself that way. Thank you very much. Okay, and then because the meeting is large and there's a bunch of folks on here, we do ask that you use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak. So if you go again at the bottom of your toolbar, you can do that. We have some examples here. You can raise your and lower your hand. It is a toggle feature to turn on and off. You can give that a try right now if you'd like to, for those of you who are new to it today. But we can see that you have your hand raised. There you go. Seeing some going on and off. Thank you very much. You can also find the mute buttons in the lower left hand of your screen. So we do ask that you keep yourself muted when you're not speaking, just to keep the background noise back. Zoom also lets you independently separate your control for your microphone and your camera. So you can turn your camera on and off, or you can mute. We do encourage you to use your camera. It gives for a more collaborative environment and allows us to see each other, but we understand that sometimes that's not always possible. All right. Again, make sure you mute your microphone. And speakers, when you're going to begin, if you could start with your name and affiliation so that we all know who is speaking. And let's see, next slide. There we go. And so you can change what you're seeing. Again, some of you may be familiar with this from yesterday, but if you go up to the view options at the top of your screen, you should see a green line that says you're viewing host Deldy's screen. If you click on the view options, you can change how you're viewing things. So if you'd like to see more faces, or if you'd like to see the full screen, you can choose side-by-side mode. There's a lot of options for you. Okay, when we have slides or video up, you can also see people in different ways by using this function. So this allows you to zoom in or zoom out a little bit too if you're seeing too much of a presentation or too much of people's video. All right, I think that's it for logistics. Again, if you have any technical issues, please just go ahead and email us. Otherwise, I'm going to pass things back over to Chair Esquivel.
Thanks so much, Jessica. Well, I really want to just thank our facilitators today, and really want to acknowledge Yana Garcia for joining us today, and Deldy Reyes as well from Cali, PA. You know, I think, as I remarked, these last months, certainly have been difficult with COVID, but we've also seen, and recent unrest in Philadelphia as well has continued to just reinforce that as a society, we continue to be challenged by racial inequity, by the fact that as institutions, we are inheritors of institutions that need continual thought, that need to continue to be refreshed. And when it comes to simply our operation, because we're such a critical decision-making body, we have to be aware of racial inequity. We have to be aware of communities that are being left out from discussions, and become very aware and sensitive as to how best to bridge to those communities to ensure that we continue to be the best decision-making body that we possibly can. And so I just want to again thank all of the work that has gone on. What would happen relatively quickly with a number of agencies, as we saw, and with direction from the governor, is to begin to understand the ways our institutions may inadvertently be contributing to or not be best contributing to racial equity within the state and within our communities. And so Secretary Blumenfeld directed a 90-day challenge to come up with some immediate and nearer term actions that we could be taking. I want to say that I'm proud of the work that the state boards and regional boards have done, the water boards, when it comes to racial equity and in participation with GARE, the Government Alliance for Racial Equity. And so I feel like we have an incredible basis for this discussion, but it comes very timely. And I just want to, again, thank Yana Garcia, her leadership, and Deldi as well at Cal EPA, and the disparate leadership here within the water boards itself. And there really want to acknowledge Hope Smythe, Greg Gearhart, and Adriana Renteria, who really became a core nucleus to grow out what you will hear today is a racial equity program and discussion that I think is very timely. So with that, I'll kick it over to Yana and Deldi to help walk us through a discussion today, a facilitated discussion.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Yana Garcia. I am the Deputy Secretary for Environmental Justice, Tribal Affairs, and California-Mexico Border Relations at Cal EPA. I've been here for a couple of years now, and this is the first time that I'm with the Water Quality Coordinating Committee, and I'm really excited to be here. Although it's the first time I'm here with you in this setting, I've had the real pleasure of meeting many of you and working with several of you as well. So looking forward to talking to you a little bit this morning before I kick it over to the real facilitators here, my colleague Deldi Reyes and Greg Gearhart, to walk you through a little bit more in depth of what our racial equity work means, and also give some sort of practical tools and highlights for how we can apply this to the very relevant work that we do across the state at the regional board level, as well as at the state board level. I'm going to start with just a little bit of background over the past couple of years for some of the racial equity efforts that we've undertaken agency-wide and across sister agencies, just to contextualize some of this work. And I want to highlight a couple of the ways that I think that this could fit into the day-to-day work of the regional boards, focusing as well on the fact that, we're not alone in this. There are resources available to many of you and your staff before I turn it over to Deldi and Greg. But beginning with the past couple of years, Cal EPA participated in a series of trainings and real deep root cause analytic work to address racial disparities and racial inequities across our agency through participation in a national network and inaugural statewide cohort of the Government Alliance for Racial Equity. This Government Alliance is comprised of government staff and government representatives who are deeply committed to understanding the causes of racial disparities in so many aspects of life and across our society. They're committed to identifying clear action that we can all take, but in particular action that we can take as public servants because of the fact that we're public servants and because of the government's historical contribution to some of the ways in which racial disparities continue to emerge in and across our day-to-day lives. Through this work with the Government Alliance for Racial Equity, which many of you may know as GARE, we developed a relatively small, but I'd say mighty Cal EPA agency-wide team of Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, or JEDI champions. This team worked hard over the course of a couple of years to identify racial disparities across our agency and to manage a really careful, I'd say, and deliberate set of recommendations that could be implemented over time that I think that we'll be able to go through in a little bit more detail. I just want to note that the water board staff, in particular staff across the Office of Public Participation and staff at the state board level, played a really key role in doing some of this work and engaging in it early on and really taking on some of the challenges of developing a root cause analysis and developing these recommendations. Around this time last year, this team identified the need to expand our scope and really build out more participation from various other divisions, from various other programs, to really talk to the staff broadly about what this work could mean and how we can all be a part of it. In March, this team held a Ready Fest, which some of you may have joined. That was on March 9th. It was a fest for racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. The secretary and Chair Esquivel were a key part of that Ready Fest. We really focused on uplifting the work that had been done and understanding where we could go from here, what the next steps could be, and really enlisting new folks, new team members into this work and getting people excited about it. As many of you know, March 9th was probably one of the last times that anyone really got together in a big group, particularly in the Byron Share at the Cali PA building in Sacramento. So it was a very interesting time to sort of build up this energy around engaging in our racial equity work at a time when the coronavirus was just about to hit, unfortunately, many of our communities in our state in a very powerful way, and really change the way that we're engaged in work, in our work on a day-to-day basis. So since March 9th, really we've been looking at a different reality in so many respects. And I think Chair Blumenfeld touched on some of this in his remarks yesterday, but we have a very different reality from a workforce standpoint and also from a societal standpoint. I think what the coronavirus spread has shown us is that in addition to, I think the tragic murders and killings of Black and Brown people that Chair Esquivel referenced, the most recent of which happened this week in Philadelphia, but many of these unfortunately occur every day. The coronavirus really showed us that racial disparities also permeate in a public health crisis. And I think many of you at the regional board level understand this because of the rootedness of our work in the water quality space in public health, and really protecting the health of our communities across the state. But as coronavirus data started to surface and show that broadly over the spring and summer months in particular, the numbers were showing that Black and Brown communities were not only contracting the virus at higher rates, but were also dying from the virus at alarmingly higher rates than others. And as many of us know, but can all use a moment to think about, this is because many of the same realities that we deal with. This is because Black and Brown communities are largely represented in communities that are that suffer from disinvestment, that experience disinvestment that has been historical certainly, but continues to happen to this day. We have a variety of programs that attempt to chip away at this historical disinvestment, but it is certainly still very present. Many of these communities are located in areas that have been subject to historical redlining and other blatantly discriminatory land use practices. These are communities that are also extremely low income and otherwise vulnerable, and comprise an overwhelming share of our essential workforce. So certainly there are many reasons why these numbers were showing us what they've been showing us. And I think for many of us working from home and trying to continue to engage in this work, sharing this data as another focal point for how we can approach our work was really important, and really was able to continue mobilizing and inspiring others to engage in this work across not only our agency, but other sister agencies. In around the summer months, as Chair Esquivel mentioned, Jared Blumenfeld, our secretary, did issue a 90-day challenge, and in this, he was also not alone. Many of the secretaries across the administration also put out directives to their staff to really roll up their sleeves and engage in work around racial equity luckily for us, we had some of the groundwork already laid out for us in some of the work that the Government Alliance for Racial Equity was able to enable us to do. Much of this included really looking at where racial disparities continue to exist, looking at the ways in which we put out public information, the ways in which we approach our enforcement, our programmatic investments of resources from a racial equity lens. And I want to pause here on racial equity because I think many of the ways in which we have across the agency thought about racial disparities has been from a cumulative impacts frame, which I think is very valuable. And it's very valuable to think about how not only the environmental exposures and health risks can be coupled with socioeconomic vulnerabilities, but I think what we've been missing in some of the ways in which we think about that is an explicit focus on race. And Deldy and Greg will talk a little bit more about this, but one of the most valuable things that we've gotten from our work through the Government Alliance for Racial Equity is really leading with race when we think about who is at the impact of many of these vulnerabilities and many of these burdens. When we abstract to such a degree that we forget who the people are, sometimes we do ourselves a disservice in being able to really hone in on how we can focus our work to help those communities and to help those Californians. Now, for those of you who are sort of thinking about this maybe for the first time or maybe not, I think for some of us who have been engaged in this work for some time, I think it can often sound very, very daunting. And it often is. It is often really challenging and daunting work to continue to be engaged in. But I just want to emphasize here that we are not alone. As I mentioned, the Government Alliance for Racial Equity is comprised of over 200 jurisdictions across the country. This is a network that we are a part of, that we can tap into, that we can use to ask questions, that we can use to troubleshoot through challenges. And that is really a network that is here for us to take advantage of and to leverage in some of the work that we want to engage in over time. I also want to note that across our state agencies, there are over 20 agencies that are part of the Capital Collaborative on Racial Equity. Now, these include the Department of Transportation, GovOps, the Department of Public Health, who plays a very, very critical role in some of this work, the Strategic Growth Council and many members of the Strategic Growth Council and several others who are part of this work and are also dealing with not only identifying where racial disparities exist, but what are the tools that we have to address those, and how can we collaborate where we're seeing similar challenges to address those challenges as well. Now, I want to share in this context a couple of examples of what some of these agencies who've been a part of either the Government Alliance for Racial Equity work or our Capital Collaborative have done. So one example from the Department of Public Health that's relevant to the COVID-19 crisis is that the Department of Public Health considered the disproportionate impacts of COVID on low-income Black, Latino, and Pacific Islander communities, as well as essential workers, and developed an equity metric as part of the set of benchmarks that counties need to meet in order to advance the tiers required for full reopening. So the equity metric forms a way to address exposure in these particular communities as a measure to protect everyone. So before moving forward through these tiers, there really has to be an analysis, an assessment, and an evaluation of how the most vulnerable in these communities are being impacted. The City of Long Beach also embarked on a comprehensive public engagement process to inform a framework for reconciliation, which was a first of its kind. This happened over the summer, and the entire City Council voted unanimously to adopt and approve a plan, which was informed by this community engagement and included 21 distinct strategies and 107 potential action plans for reconciliation to really address the history of racial disparities in the City of Long Beach. This summer, Caltrans also created an Office of Racial Equity. They've been the first to do this at the state level, and they published a racial equity action plan in which they've embedded equity into their strategic plan as well. The Department of Food and Agriculture also recently released on a somewhat separate track, as it was required through legislation, but recently released, I think relevant to many of you in this group, a farm worker equity report, which really tracks investments in agricultural production for communities of color, for farmers of color, as compared to those who are not people of color in the space. And I think that's also very relevant to the work that we do. So as we consider all of this, I think the message that I want to impress upon many of you is that there are resources out there. There are partners in this work. There are colleagues that you can call upon to think about how you want to approach this work at the regional board level. And I also want to recognize that many of you are already engaged in efforts that really fit into a racial equity frame. Chief among them, which I've spoken to some of you about, is really integrating things like tribal beneficial uses into our basin planning processes. Thinking about the types of information that we require to be disclosed in various contexts to protect health, to protect vulnerable residents. Thinking about how we're addressing some of the most daunting crises statewide that certainly are crises for all of us, but are particular crises for vulnerable communities of color. These include SIGMA implementation, this includes safer implementation, this includes thinking about issues, challenges affecting the Salton Sea region. And so we're already engaged in some of these, big ticket, headline driving efforts. And within those efforts, there are racial equity issues that we also want to address. And so at its core, I'll leave you all with a few questions that I think help us kind of center our racial equity frame through some of this work, is really asking ourselves consistently as we're approaching this work, any effort, any policy, any new program, any investment, what is this? How can this investment really impact a racial equity issue? Does it contribute to a racial disparity, or can it be used to eliminate or drive down a racial disparity? Who will experience the burden of this decision, and who experiences its benefits? And what strategies, what tools can we implement to mitigate or avoid unintended consequences for communities of color? And one of the things that has become very clear to us, and I think is something that Chair Esquivel and many others at the state level have shown a lot of leadership in, is that many of us may lack, in certain instances, the experience to really see some of these issues. And so sometimes our internal equity work is so integrally linked to our external equity work. And so it's incumbent upon all of us to think about who the experts are that we're bringing to the table. In the same way that we wouldn't ask, an artist an engineering question, sometimes we have to recognize that there is substantive expertise in really thinking about some of these equity issues, and that it's an area in which we may need to bring in an expert. We may need to rely on the expertise of the communities that we're serving. We may need to think about ways in which vacancies at the staff or leadership level could be opportunities to bring in a perspective, a way of thinking about matters that we might otherwise lack. And so that's where I think a lot of our internal facing workforce equity work also demonstrates real external facing outcomes, real differences in how we're approaching these really tough issues. I think I've taken about all of the time I was allocated, but I will stop there to see if there are any questions before I turn it over to Deldy and to Greg, and just thank you again for having us. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, for having us here this morning, and really happy that y'all are taking on these issues this morning.
Thank you so much, Jana. That was an incredible overview. Yeah, do folks have some questions, things that come to mind? And I think, critically to Jana's point, this is about examining internally a bit some of our assumptions. I come with my own biases. I know that and so much of this work is a continuum between our own personal understanding of the challenges out there, and then these external benefits ultimately to our functioning as an agency. Questions or thoughts for Jana, though? Okay, yes. Vice Chair Yee, Larry, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. And it was a hot time in Los Angeles last night. Go Dodgers, yay. Anyway, Jana, thank you very much for your presentation. I really enjoyed the overview. But you said you were going to end with some questions. And I think I heard the questions, but could you actually tease out the specific questions that you wanted to end your discussion with?
Sure. And understanding that my colleagues will go into this in a little bit more detail. So I'll share a personal story, which is that I just finished reading a book by an author named Ibram Kendi called How to Be an Anti-Racist. And I highly recommend the book. The premise is that no one is racist or anti-racist inherently. Everyone takes racist or anti-racist actions every single day in everything that we do. And I think one of the centering theories of change and accountability, I'd say, that drives the Government Alliance for Racial Equity is really focusing on the fact that we are policymakers and policy implementers as public servants, and that we have an inherent responsibility, maybe beyond anyone else, to take action that is anti-racist. And so when we're approaching any potential decision, and I want to just note that there are steps that we have to take to support some of these questions really being meaningful, and we can talk about those maybe in a little bit more detail. But whenever we're approaching a decision about program or policy implementation, we should ask ourselves at the outset, how could this policy or program either contribute to a racial disparity or help us drive down or eliminate that disparity? Who is experiencing the burden of this decision? Who would benefit from the decision? What strategies or tools do we have to potentially mitigate a burden that is caused by this decision? And I think the other question that is imperative for us to ask is, whose perspective is being represented in the process? Who is driving this process or decision? I think that there are many more questions that we should ask. Those are just some examples of how we want to think about the day-to-day application of a racial equity frame to the work that we do. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. So in other words, using these types of questions to make race explicit in all the work that we do.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Sure. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'll call up, I believe, Jane, Vice Chair Gray, you had your hand up first, and then Nusha.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and Jane's fine. And Jana, thank you for bringing all of these issues to the forefront here in the presentation this morning. And so as we all, in our own individual ways, reflect and do our, interior work as well as our exterior work, I'm just curious what, and you touched on some of these things, but what is State Board necessarily doing, not only through the lens of policy and development, but also partnering with organizations and partnering with entities to make the workforce more diverse and more reflective of the really diverse population in the state of California, so that when, people, we're visual animals, and so visuals are really important, and having that cultural understanding in the workforce is really necessary to also help really inform the decisions that are made. So I'm just curious if you could highlight some of those things as well. Thank
Sure. So I have a couple of thoughts, and then would certainly welcome, of course, Chair Esquivel chiming in, or whomever else from the State Board. But one of the ways in which the State Board in particular really showed a lot of insight and leadership in our early Government Alliance for Racial Equity work over the past couple of years is through developing a sort of best practices guidance document that was really intended to think about how every single hiring decision presents an opportunity to increase diversity in perspective and background and race and gender across the board. So whenever we're making hiring decisions, what can we think about in terms of our reach to particular demographics, to Californians that are underrepresented or not represented in our current workforce? Also thinking about how we might be able to develop career pipelines, fellowship opportunities, internship opportunities. And I think one of the sort of growing areas of work for us across the water space is really thinking about how our investments in drinking and wastewater infrastructure also present opportunities to build economic opportunities for communities in which we're focusing those investments. So those are a couple of ways in which we've thought about the sort of hiring pipeline. I think in terms of decision making and representation across various decision making processes, you know, the state board in the implementation of SAFER, for example, and Chair Esquivel mentioned Adriana Renteria, and really thinking about her leadership in pulling together an advisory group to really think about and drive the implementation of SAFER and have a seat at the table, have a way to really guide the decision making for that implementation process is unique and is different, I think, than how we've approached implementation in the past. And then I'd say that just the growth and build out of the Office of Public Participation and really thinking about how we're representing the need for culturally sensitive, diverse, multilingual resources and access for Californians statewide is another example of that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say that I want to try to keep us on time, but we have done a bit at the state level, at the state board level, but what this conversation is actually about what we will be doing moving forward. And so I think it's, you know, thank you, Vice Chair. It's a critical question. And what I would say is those opportunities to further bring in other organizations, really think about how we do recruitment, you know, the many ways that this conversation really impacts so much of our programs is still here to be determined. And really, this is a water board's effort. This isn't the state board undertaking the racial equity work or the regional boards. It's us as a water boards community. So really appreciate that good question. Go to Nusha here, and then we can then continue on.
Just want to make a quick comment. I appreciated Jane's comment because that was sort of my first question. And Jan, I really appreciated what you said about looking internally, because often we all think we have no biases or racism within us. And the reality is we all do in so many different ways. And it's really important to be able to kind of look internally and see what are our biases and how we can sort of change it or actually work with it, because that can actually be a power you can use in a positive way and try to change things. One thing I want to comment about is my observation within the water board and also externally have been often when you are trying to recruit people or actually replace existing board members that sort of step down, it can be very natural that you actually try to find people who look like you or talk like you or walk like you just naturally. And when we do not have a good representation of the public on our regional boards and also our staff, often it ends up being very similar. It's just continuing on to look very similar as we move on. And this came up yesterday as well. So I think it is very important for us also always think about, am I really bringing much diversity to this discussion? And if I'm not, can I actually think about somebody else outside of my normal group of people who I really admire to actually bring a new conversation or new point of view to this discussion? Just wanted to add that.
Thank you so much, Nusha.
Thank you for that.
And so again, thank you so much, Yana. And I think now we'll transition to Deldy and Greg.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Yana. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. My name's Deldy Reyes, and I work for Yana. I'm supremely grateful to Yana for hiring me. I used to, before that, work for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in the Region 9 office, where I had the pleasure of working with folks like the wonderful Alexis Strauss on the call today. And so one of the reasons that I'm so happy to be with you is, I sat in on yesterday's morning's meeting, and I was really struck by how open everyone was and eager to brainstorm. And I assure you there will be time in our conversation today to engage in that brainstorming and follow up on these really, really rich, provocative thoughts that we heard from Yana about how to frame our work with the lens of racial equity. My job as your facilitator is to provide a little bit of an overview of foundational concepts when it comes to racial equity. And I need to do that by 10 o'clock so that we make sure to give Greg enough time to share what he needs to share to illustrate structural racism and how that connects to environmental justice. Now, we are trying something new today. I'll say, actually, we're doing two very new things. One's just technical, and one is actually, this is the first time that we have shared elements of the internal training that we have provided on racial equity, which we ourselves learned from participating with Race Forward and GARE. When we're sharing this with our peers, with members of the workforce, and today with you, members of the board, and we're doing that in public. This is a first for us. So we're being transparent about what it is we're trying to convey. We also want to hear from you in a little bit more structured ways. And so one of the ways we're going to do that is through your phones. We're going to use a tool called Poll Everywhere. And apologies in advance if we have some glitches. We are trying this out for the first time today. You don't need to download anything. You can start a text thread is one way to do it by sending a text to the code that's listed on the left-hand side of your screen, 22333. I will say this is just for our board members. If folks from the public, you will be able to see the results from the polls, but we ask that only board members today and the EOs take part in the polls. And so what you want to put in your text is DREYES, my first initial and last name, 366. You only have to do that once and then wait to see for the questions to come up, and then you'll be able to respond via text. You can also open up on your laptop another browser, open that up and navigate to the URL over here on the right-hand side, pollev.com/ the same code, DREYES366, and then just wait for the question. And these instructions will be repeated. We asked you to do some pre-work. You had a total of 3 potential options. They were all videos. And what I'd like to ask is if you could please just go ahead and use the text or the other way on your laptop to respond. Tell us which videos you watched, and it's okay. If you have to choose D, none of the above, we know everybody's very, very busy. You had an over 100-page briefing book, and so you had a lot to do. And so as the responses are coming in, I'm just going to make a quick note. This helps me and Greg just understand a little bit more about how to tailor the conversation. Thank you for that. Great.
Can you repeat the website? I don't text.
You don't need to
I'll
text.
never text.
All right, I hear you. So up at the top of the screen on the slide that you see right now, in the little gray bar, you can go up to this website. If you want to open up another browser and go to pollev.com/ this code right here. And it doesn't matter about capitalization. And there will be a number of questions. This is not the only one. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move us on. This was very, very helpful. It looks like half of you as respondents watched the first film, Segregated by Design. And then nice to see that most of us had a chance to at least see one of these films. Thank you so much. So moving on, the other thing we want to do is just check about our own understanding of racial equity. You've already heard us mention it between all of our materials and the speakers before us about, I don't know, 50 times. And what we want to get next is a little bit of a sense of where your own understanding of racial equity comes from. It could be, you know, I really don't know very much about it, or your own lived experience, right? Something you've learned from maybe somebody you're close to, or learning on your own, or maybe there's another way that you've come by your understanding of racial equity. Again, all your responses are anonymous. You will also not get any spam texts or emails from Poll Everywhere. You might get an ask for them to register. Just ignore it. You don't need to register. All right, this is very helpful to see. We've got a great cross spectrum here. A lot of folks, almost half of us, saying our lived experience has informed our understanding of racial equity. Thank you for that. We're going to keep going in this theme, and we're going to now form a word cloud. Think about the term racial equity and enter a word that comes to mind. Try to keep it to just one word. You'll get to do that 2 times. You can enter up to 2 words separately. If you must use more than one word, don't put a space in between the words. So we're seeing things like fairness, skin, discrimination, privilege, advantage, pervasive, pride, unjustified, systemic, challenging. Yes, it is most certainly challenging. Brutality, absolutely. So these are all fair game for conversation today, and we'll probably touch on most of them. Culture, right? Structural, poverty, shame. Thank you for that. So we can see, right, that fairness really is a big driver of our understanding of racial equity, and we'll unpack that as well too. Let's start with some familiar terms. We should all know about diversity and inclusion, right? As government representatives, diversity describes a group. If you ever hear somebody say something like, oh, that's a diverse candidate, it's kind of code for talking about some element of diversity that that individual might bring to the group, but the person in and of themselves is not diverse. It's about describing a group. And just because you have diversity does not mean that you have inclusion, right? You can have an organization that is representative, generally representative of the community that organization serves, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a culture in that workplace of really valuing the differences that everyone brings. So that's what we're also after in terms of our workforce, is creating a culture where everybody feels like they belong. Right? I could share stories with you if I had a little more time about, you know, my experience growing up at USEPA as being one of very few women of color. I'm Latina, by the way. I grew up in South Texas and was one of a very few number of people of color in my graduate school. And certainly when I entered the workforce, my very first job at USEPA in Region 8 was as an NPDES inspector. So, you know, we all have, I think many of us have stories like that. And what this is all aiming toward is the equity. Equity, to go back to some of the words that you all mentioned in your word cloud, means that we need to recognize that we have in place in the society in the United States, a system of advantages and barriers. The outcome here in this graphic is people want to go for a bike ride. And when we think about treating everyone the same, we think, okay, you need a bike. It's not so much about the bike, it's about the outcome people want. They want to be able to take a bike ride. And we see when we think about equity that we need to understand the advantages and barriers that some people face in terms of what they need. So it's also can be thought of as both a process and an outcome. One way to think about environmental justice, for example, is that when we think about racial inequity, which is much broader than environmental justice, we can think about environmental injustice as being an outcome, a negative outcome of racial inequity. And here's the fact pattern to back that up. You all are familiar with Cal EnviroScreen. Cal EnviroScreen is Cal EPA's cumulative impact screening tool. And here we see this pattern where if you take all of the census tracts in California and you look at the ones that are the least impacted, as at least according to Cal EnviroScreen, we can then, after the fact, look at the racial and ethnic composition of those census tracts and see that they're 72% white. Now, it's important to note that race is not included in the scoring for the census tracts within Cal EnviroScreen. So this is an after the fact analysis. And we see the opposite relationship when we look at those census tracts that are the most impacted according to Cal EnviroScreen, 89% people of color. So this is in part as to go back to Jana's comments about why it is we lead with race. That pattern of seeing such a deep and pervasive inequity on the basis of race is not limited to the environment. We see it in terms of health, wealth, housing, education, our treatment in the criminal justice system. And we also know that racial anxiety is on the rise, even more today. So taking what we know about race and thinking about it from the institutional lens, like what can we do as institutions, is what we need to do in our work going forward. Now, I'll also just note that we also take an intersectional approach. What do I mean by that? So when we talked about diversity and we talked about the whole range of differences that we all bring, you know, there's a level of difference that people can see and observe in us, right? Our skin color, our age, right? And there's also things that people can't see, our sexual orientation, right? Our relationship status, there are all kinds of things that you know we need to consider when we think about intersectional approaches. And so it's usually not just race, it's race and something else, but we start with race because it's so much more challenging. It just seems so embedded. And whatever we learn, we're able to then apply in terms of other marginalization. You know, the headlines that were coming out around COVID, you heard a lot about that from Jana. It was really the Surgeon General in California who really named it. You know, it's really systemic racism. It's not about being a person of color, right? Race is not biology. It's about the racism. And this means turning that critical eye on our own institutions. This is where it can get uncomfortable for a lot of folks who have a lot of institutional loyalty, right? Because it might seem disloyal to turn that lens on our own selves and our own policies and our own practices. But in fact, doing that is going to make us stronger and better. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to move us along. For those of you who, there was a smaller number of folks, I think only about 23% of us who were able to watch the longer film, The Difference Between Us, I want to just stop talking and ask for anyone who was able to see this to just share a highlight from your viewing of the film. Is there anybody who'd like to share a takeaway? Feel free to unmute yourselves or raise your hand. And I'm not able to see everybody, so yeah. Monica.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciated the having the opportunity to see some materials beforehand. These kinds of materials are very difficult to identify and are so helpful, you know, in rethinking the context in which we consider the best practices. I think the sensitivities are definitely on the rise, but we need guidance. So this is great. I think the thing that always strikes me about immigration is how it evolves over time and how the racism and the attitudes about the most recent immigrants kind of shift through time. And so the whiteness factor of early immigrants. You think about the Irish and how they were initially regarded, but eventually, as we think about it, we don't think of Northern Europeans as being immigrants that we consider to be less than, or have other attributes that are considered less than. And so eventually, over time, the final kind of definition has to do with skin color and other physical attributes that really walk in the door with you as you greet people and as you meet people, as you're trying to engage in your community. You walk in the door and you're immediately assessed to be other. So I was very interested to see that, how that was laid out in the film.
Thank you for that. I've also opened up the poll so that any of you can use your phone or the other website that you have navigated to just share an aha moment. While we're doing that, I want to call on Adriana. If there's anything you want to say about public process, please feel free.
I just wanted to make an announcement just to let members of the public who are really engaged in this discussion know that members of the public will be able to make a comment at the end of this discussion item.
Thank you, Adriana. Appreciate that. Yeah, visually seeing redlining in communities was alarming. So you're going to hear more about redlining from Greg. We have, you know, a few takeaways for me. Yeah, overt racist government explicit housing policies, right? Explicitly racist policies at all levels of government. The other big takeaway is that race is not biology. Race is not biology. We're all one human race. And sadly, all too often, there are a lot of beliefs in our country to the opposite effect, right? That really believing that there are true biological distinctions. And as you pointed out, Board Member Hunter, that this was used as a rationale for slavery. And this was a justification in order to really oppress people on the basis of the color of their skin to further an economic capitalist system. And that has stuck, that label of inferiority. And that is what we are still dealing with. The legacy of slavery is alive and well in our country. Yep. And even though race is something we made up, we as humans made up, as you know, we sometimes hear race as a social construct. In fact, the title of that documentary, Race, the Power of an Illusion, is very clear. Racism is very, very real, and it has actual effects. And we need to be talking as much, if not more, about racism than race itself in our work on racial equity. Thank you for these. If folks did not get a chance to watch that film, I invite you to at your leisure. It's really very, very provocative. Now I'd like you to think about your own personal experience. We normally do this in small groups, but for logistics reasons, we were not able to do that today. We usually do it in pairs. So this will be a moment of quiet reflection for you. I'd like you to think back about your own earliest experience with race, when it first occurred to you that race was a thing. And it could have been about you, somebody you were close to, or even just something you observed. So take a few minutes to think about how old you were when this happened, when this memory comes to mind for you. And think about who it was about and what were the circumstances of that memory. I'll give you about 30, 45 seconds to think about that. Just quiet reflection. All right. So everybody had a chance to think about that. Is there anyone who'd like to share any takeaways from that experience of thinking about race?
I will.
I'm Denise Kadara from Region 5. As a kid, I was staying with my grandmother for the summer, and every Saturday morning, the insurance man would come over, and my grandmother would pay the insurance bill, and she would always say, "Yes, sir," and "Yes, ma'am." And my grandmother was in her 60s. The insurance man was about 25, 26 years old. And I asked her, why do you always acknowledge him? You're the elder. He's a young guy. She said, "Baby, you won't understand this now, but you will later on." She says, "This man collects the insurance money, and if I don't give him that respect, they could cancel out the insurance, and that would be a huge problem for us." And that stuck with me because I could not see all the respect I was giving to my grandmother, that I had a young gentleman that showed no regard for her and called her by her first name, and she was calling him sir. And it stuck with me. I mean, and it's been like that since. I mean, I've seen it over and over again, but that was my first exposure to it. And it was a very uncomfortable feeling for my grandmother and for me to witness her humbling herself to a kid just because that's the way race was set up and how we as African Americans in the state of Texas was to respond to whites that came to provide services to us.
Board Member Kadara, thank you for sharing that. I also grew up in Texas.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Your memory brings up, so much. It also brings in this idea of power.
Yes.
And how that is connected.
And
to
it's
racism.
the most important part of that was privilege over right. And I will share that because that's my main theme of this whole session, privilege over right. If you choose privilege over right, you're choosing yourself. If you're choosing right, you're including others. That's a major issue for me.
Thank you. Other comments?
Jim, it looks like you have your hand up.
Yes. When I was 8 years old, my mother took my brother and I back to visit my grandparents in St. Louis. And this was from the San Joaquin Valley to St. Louis on a train. And I always remember that then called porters, but the assistance that you got was always from a Black person. And that stuck in my mind, but maybe even put it in more perspective is that my grandfather was so proud when we got to St. Louis to take us to a St. Louis Cardinals baseball game. And when we were standing in line for tickets, there was a line for whites and there was a line for Blacks. And I always remember that. I didn't experience that in California. And it has stuck with me today as to the privilege that we were afforded. And I mean, I guess just my grandfather grew up, that we chose privilege over the fact that there was just, should have been one line and everybody get equal seating or the opportunity for equal seating. Anyway, I share that.
Thank you, Board Member Stahl. Thank you for sharing that.
Next, I think Nusha has her hand up, and then Mike Johnston.
So I provide maybe an international experience for you. Grew up in Iran. There's a huge migrant community from Afghanistan because there have been a lot of wars there, and people come to Iran to work and make money, and they send it back to their families. And when I live, and just based on our culture, we're always very respectful and kind to people who are there, but I never learned when I was there, just to give you a perspective of being on a privileged side and not realizing, I never realized these people cannot become citizens, cannot have access to healthcare, cannot send their kids to get educated, cannot use any services that was freely available to the people of Iran. They could be there and work and send money back. And, I lived all my life watching that and not even knowing or asking any questions. And funny enough, when I moved to the US, that's when I started wondering what the situation was. And I say this because it's very easy to sit on the privileged side of this equation and always think, oh, it's just they think that, you know, they would like to come here and do this. This is not my job to think about them or give them any services. But when you sit outside, you realize how unfair it is. And I really appreciated the comment the vice chair made earlier on right versus privilege, because that is very true. And it's very easy to take your privilege for granted and not care about others just because you think it's their problem and their choice. And why do you need to stand up and change anything?
Thank you for that. I think the next person was Mike.
Yeah, I grew up in San Jose, and my parents had 11 kids, and there was a very small Black community in San Jose. My dad joined the Elks Club because that was really the cheapest way to be able to take that huge family swimming. And when I was about 8, they quit the Elks Club because they would not admit Blacks. And I remember really being upset about that because I wanted to go swimming, and kind of pushing back and arguing with my parents. And I thought I had no sense because we had really no contact with Black people, but it was a great push by them to make us think about this stuff.
And thank you for that, Mike. And Laurel. Or I'm sorry, I'm going to rely on Chair Esquivel to make sure we get the order correct, because it's hard for me to keep track.
Oh, I think Celeste and then Laurel was the order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delby.
Thank you, Joaquin. Well, my experience was a little bit different. My mother's German and my father's Mexican national. And I grew up in Mexicali, Calexico, which is right on the border in southernmost California. And in Mexico, when you ask people, you ask anything about race, I think the idea of race is a really finely tuned United States phenomena. In Mexico, if you start asking about race, people basically say, well, we're Mexican. You know, race is not processed in the same way that it's so articulated in the United States. But if you talk about skin color, now that's a different story. There are more shades of skin color in Spanish from a Mexican point of view than there are in the United States even. The first question is, if a baby is born, is, well, you know, what color is the baby, or what do they have clear eyes, you know, light eyes? And so I always knew that I looked like my mother. And, you know, my nickname was Juanita because I was so light. But it wasn't until I went to kindergarten in a community that is, you know, 100% Mexicanas. I mean, Mexicanos. It's just, it just was. And it's basically still the exact same way today, that my nickname of Huera changed to Fantasma, ghost. And it was a bad name. I mean, it was like I was too white. And I became very aware that I was really too white. I'm the only blue-eyed white person in my family. Everybody else has more like hazel or brown eyes, or even very dark skin. We have quite a diversity in our family. So that one of my sisters, who is quite morena, quite dark, my grandmother, who's very color sensitive, Mexican grandmother, would never want her to go outside at all because she might get darker. And that would be just over the line, you know. I could go outside, no one cared about that. You know, I needed some color. But it's a whole different perspective in the United States that they've codified and created this whole structural implementation program to further distinguish and segregate and cause differences based on race, a totally artificial structure. And the United States, I think from the British tradition, is so good at codifying laws that they could then interpret these prejudices into redlining and institutionalize it in a way that, it's just very hard to pick it apart now. And it permeates absolutely everything. I think water management has its own special history, and it comes from not only being, white, but also from a cultural, religious point of view. Many of our original water leaders were Mormon. And so, that brings its whole new overlay of structure. So we have a lot to come to terms with in the water world, particularly in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should start to wrap it up, but we're going to go to Laurel.
Okay. The first time I really remember this realization that around race and racial dynamics was, so when I was growing up, my best friend that lived across the alley was Latina. My two, the folks that were coming into my house as friends in my neighborhood were all Black or Latina. And I remember talking to my best friend about, they didn't go to the same school as me. And my friend saying that when this was in elementary school, that at her school in elementary school, she actually had a knife pulled on her in the bathroom. And I remember being so just saying like, well, you have to come to my school. And I knew that money was an issue, and I kept being like, well, you can get a scholarship, just come to my school. And I kept pushing it. And I kept asking my mom why they weren't interested in doing that. And she was like, everyone makes their own decision. You don't get to make decisions for people. And it was like this realization was my entire school is totally white. It's wealthy people. It was a private school. My friends from school were not even allowed by their parents to come to my house to play because of the neighborhood I lived in and their ideas about that. And the fact that never even occurred to me that, maybe people would not want to go into that totally white, wealthy school where people wouldn't even come to the same neighborhood, that was not a welcoming, inclusive place that folks would want to go, was the first time I think I realized like how blind I was to any of those issues as a white person and those dynamics. I think it just, I think just, it was like the first time it dawned on me that I had a huge amount of privilege and blind spots and unawareness of the sort of racial dynamics that were really pervasive in the neighborhoods I lived in and the school I was in, even in elementary school and continuing on.
Thank you, Laurel. And I want to thank all of you who shared. It takes a lot to be a little vulnerable and share with others. But I'm not surprised at all that this group is so willing to do that. This is exactly the kind of normalizing we all need to do so that we are comfortable not only talking about race, but talking about racism, acknowledging our own privilege, looking at that privilege with new eyes, like how can we use it to the good, right? And so thank you all for engaging in this. And I encourage you to think about other ways you can continue the conversation on your own in your own board. We are quite behind, and so I'm going to skip ahead and hand this off to Greg in just a moment. But I just want to leave you with the fact that as a result of participating in GARE, we have learned about a theory of change. We don't have to wait for something magical to happen. We can actually use a model of change that's been used by hundreds of local governments across the country. It's very familiar if you've studied change in organizations. It's how we normalize, how we organize. We have built infrastructure in the water boards to do this, how we are actually trying to operationalize tools for racial equity, the questions that Yana described, right, into our policies and programs. And right here, this element, operating with urgency and accountability, if we cannot make this moment mean something, I don't know when we ever will be able to, right? This is the challenge. We've talked about, I want to just speak to one issue related to this framework because it came up in relationship to a question that we received from a listener on YouTube. And I want to be very explicit about this. We are leading with race and we're talking about race. And a lot of our comments have centered on, for example, African Americans or Latinos. But we need to acknowledge that the role of government, and thus the reason that we need to all be called to do this work, is hardwired into how race and racism is constructed in the United States, as Celeste, you were describing, right? This is uniquely American, and we have only our own history to thank for it. And there are examples, the very first example that we can think of, right, is the conquest of Native Americans, attempted genocide of Native Americans, that has led to deep inequities on the basis of this as well. And on top of that, as governments, our responsibility to engage with governments on a government-to-government role is just as critical. But the examples continue. We can see that, you know, with slavery, with, you know, what happened in the 1930s around redlining that Greg's going to go into, that the role of government is definitely one we need to address in our work on racial equity, and that's why we are part of this movement. I'm going to skip this. I think we have a good understanding just from our comments around structural racism. We're really talking about racism in society as a combination of thinking about the history as well as institutions, including our own institutions. We know that there are interpersonal things that can happen that are informed by racist thoughts and beliefs. An example of this could be a microaggression that we might hear or experience in the workplace. We also know that even within the individual, racist thought can have outcomes. One example is something we call a stereotype threat, when we actually moderate our behavior in fear that we might be perceived in a stereotypical way, right? So there's lots more to learn, lots more to discuss. And what I think I want to do is refer you to yet another book. So you want to talk about race, and the author, Ijoma Oluo, does a wonderful job really bringing to life all of these seemingly, you know, if you haven't really lived it, these concepts in very compelling and real terms. So with this, I want to turn to Greg. We're going to skip the examples piece, and I'm going to turn back to Greg.
Hi, thank you, Deldy. Can people, yes, I'm assuming people can see and hear me. My name is Greg Gerhardt. I am the Deputy Director of Information Management at the State Water Board. I've met many of you and worked with many of you, but it's a real honor to be able to talk to you today about this. I will just mention that it has been one of the most rewarding and most challenging parts of my career is to work on this topic. And I feel very honored to be part of a team that is amazing and doing this kind of transitional work, especially the fact that we started years ago on this, and we have a really great head start and a really great team. I will also plug the importance of having a person of white, self-identified white background be a part of a leadership team and leading conversations on this. It has been part of why it has been really rewarding and challenging, but I also feel like that is something that is important to just point out. This is not something that lands solely on the shoulders of people of color to talk about and to lead conversations. So next slide, please. Actually, no, leave it here, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna reinforce some of the elements of this theory of change, and I'm gonna then go through some examples of how this is a driver of our current world still. So for example, having this racial equity framework and being accountable within data are some of the key words that I want you to focus on. We really are at a moment in time that presents an opportunity to do things very differently than 5-10 years ago. And this is one of my theories, so to speak, as to why we're having more conversations starting about 5 years ago was the availability of more data. And this approach is, and the theory of change is really built on the use of data in your decision-making and to change your approach. So you do all of these things at once, you don't do them in series, but you use data and you adapt. So next slide, please. I saw that about half or more than half of you watched the movie based on this book. So this is a great book. If you like that movie, and especially if you like legal discussions of some of these things, this is a really great book. So next slide, please. The other option that many people had was similar to the segregated by design. And both of these have a theme based on what I am going to talk about, which is really this geospatial context of race and racism in the United States. And so race as a driver and land as a driver. So where people are allowed to live, encouraged to work, where the impacts occur, all of this is something that was intentional, and it still drives many of the outcomes that we have today that Deldi spoke about. So this is another movie that touches on that. If you haven't seen this one, it touches on some personal elements. Next slide, Deldi. So this is Sacramento, and an example of a red line map. So the redlining occurred really sort of organically growing out of a private movement. So you remember the slide showing individual, institutional, and systemic or structural racism. This was sort of started out as individual acts turning into institutional acts in sort of the private sector. And eventually these real estate codes and guides became more and more prevalent in the government landscape, all the way up until when the federal government took an act to insure loans and mortgages based on their need to sort of shore up that whole market. The guidance and the interests and the drivers that were in those prior systems became embedded in the government systems. And the way they did that was through this guidelines for establishing grading systems. So you've heard of redlining, and this is the manual that was literally the guide that was given to communities that had to do this work. So communities, first of all, were identified as like areas of growth in the United States, and each one of these areas of growth were given this manual, and people went around and evaluated neighborhoods based on the guidance in this manual. So there's a couple things I want you to focus on, and it's a little bit bigger now so that you can actually focus on it. The first is one of the statements about the enforcement of proper zoning regulations. So I often ask in a classroom setting, what does that mean to you? What does that mean? What is the importance of enforcement of proper zoning regulations? Those of us who work at the Water Board are very familiar with the term enforcement. We understand what delegation of authority means. We understand how to break down elements of violation, so to speak. So what this is really doing is delegating the enforcement of this to local governments. This was an intentional move that is not inconsistent with other kinds of federal acts that are putting the hands of locals in charge of making their own decisions. So that's the important step that's underlined there. The second statement that I want to talk about is this one that's underlined in the second part. So infiltration of inharmonious racial or nationality groups, the presence of smoke, odors, fog, etc. So those are two things that are listed literally with a semicolon. And they're meant to be adverse influences, examples of adverse influences. So the et cetera obviously means there's a lot of other things that could be included, but really the first one is this inharmonious racial or nationality groups. And we've heard stories in some of our research on this, that could mean as many or as few as one family in a large census tract. So like many blocks of neighborhoods might have just one family of color, and that would have been enough to change its grade based on the evaluator's discretion. The other one really gets to the core of what we do here at Cal EPA and the water boards, which is this idea that there's environmental factors that are also associated with an adverse influence. So the presence of smoke, odor, and fog, we've broken that down in many of our conversations with some of our team and the trainings that we've done before. And that can really represent lots of things. It could be environmental conditions. It could be odors emanating from people's cooking. So there's a lot of ways that you can interpret what that really means. So there's code embedded in that as well. So that was the factors that were given to people to do the evaluation. Next slide, please. So what this looks like today is a grid of colored census tracts in our neighborhoods. And what is also being done today is a lot more science is being done to evaluate the relationships between those original grids. So from a color code, again, let's just go through it real quickly. The green is the best, the red is the worst or least desirable community. So therefore they had the least investment and protection. In fact, they were at one point, they were mandated for people of color to live in some of these other non-A neighborhoods and non-B. So this is a grading system based on race primarily. And this study looked at the correlation of those neighborhoods to health outcomes, and specifically asthma-related visits to the emergency room. So this is a rate per 10,000 residents. This is done recently, and it includes one of the principal investigators is a member of the Air Board. So this essentially shows that there's a pretty strong relationship between where people were required to live based on housing policy or land use policies and where the outcomes occur today. So the adverse outcomes are strongly correlated with the D grades and the C grades, in other words. Next slide, please. So this is a really just quick example of showing the importance of segregation over time. So again, the manual sort of looked into these terms and grades as going from best to the most hazardous or least desirable. And this just shows the relationship of that to race. So this is really not a surprise, but this is just a really good example of showing how that relationship exists. I'm going to move to the next slide, please. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to walk us through a little bit of a project that has grown out of the amazing team at Cal EPA and US EPA. So there's a team that about a year ago started doing some research on the relationship between the red line, the original redlining in California, and the environmental outcomes that we know about in California. This seems like it should have been done before, but it hadn't. In the review of literature, there really isn't anything quite like this. So our team started looking at it because we had access to the data, as I mentioned. And so this is a look at essentially those polygon shapes that you see on that map behind you and the relationship to environmental indicators and pollution indicators that come out of the Cal EnviroScreen product. So next slide, please. The team is made up of mostly Cal EPA staff, some people that are not even heavily involved in racial equity work. Some of them are just data scientists that are super interested in this and available to help. But we also have a US EPA partnership, and the collaboration is expanding to include academic researchers and other folks that are doing similar research across the country. So this team has established one of its primary tools as what you're seeing on your screen now. I'll send the URL to this if people want to play around with it. But basically, this looks at existing data sets. So this first slide shows the red line districts, and it shows them without the background of the Cal EnviroScreen on the right. So that's basically just an easy visual way to sort of see the difference and just sort of pop out the reds versus the red outlines. If you go to the next slide, what you can do with this tool is you can also map out facility types. So you see on the left-hand side there, there's filters. This is currently looking at select site type. It says stormwater multiple application and report tracking system. So I chose that because I used to work in stormwater, and I wanted to see where the stormwater facilities are located in relationship to these red line districts, also in relationship to the Cal EnviroScreen. So you can see in this example of Oakland that there is a strong relationship between where the location of the facilities are and where the red line communities are, as well as some of the more adverse outcomes that are measured using Cal EnviroScreen. And I'll go through a little bit of Cal EnviroScreen as we go through these slides, because I think a lot of people could use a refresher if they've already seen it. And if they haven't, it really helps to kind of walk through that a little bit. So next slide. So again, I chose to stay in the same city for all of these. There's another tab on this tool. So that first tab is looking at facilities. And I should mention, you can look at all kinds of facilities. There's definitely a wide variety of ways to filter that facility data. You can also look at violations and inspections that were done. But you can really get a sense for the whole Cal Enviro or the whole Cal EPA world by looking at that first tab. The second tab, on the other hand, represents the research done by the team. And the research done by the team wanted to focus down. They didn't want to look at facilities. They wanted to use Cal EnviroScreen as a way to sort of also filter and look at the relationship to the original redlining. So what Cal EnviroScreen does is it has essentially two categories of burden or indices that measure burdens. One is a population burden index category that has a lot of sub indices that go into it. And that you can imagine that population category has things like income, age, some other like population, social, demographic kind of data sets. It does not actually have race, interesting. And in our other talks, we often point out that that's actually okay, because the evaluation and analysis that's been done historically shows a very strong relationship to the other social demographic indices. But the other main category in CalEnviroscreen looks at pollution burdens. So you can imagine it's this sort of two-factor approach to looking at different kinds of burdens. So the pollution burdens includes things like air, water, exposure to toxics. And so those indices are also rolled up, and there's a total pollution burden index, and there's a total population burden index, and then there's a total index that sort of combines those two. So you can see there's layers of different indices that go on here. And this excuse me, tool allows you to filter that. You can see on the top, there's some drop-down filters that allow you to do different things with that. So what this attempts to do then is start to look at the relationship between these Hulk polygons, which are the red line A, B, C, D grades, and then the CalEnviroscreen polygons, which are interestingly, I think they're not exactly the same because, as you know, the world has grown out significantly since when the original red line A, B, C, D grades were assigned. So this just shows you how the approach looked at it. So it's a little bit academic-y, but there's a lot of information here. So if you go to the next slide, the other way to sort of pull that out is to look at them one at a time. So this is just the next step was looking at these aggregated CalEnviroscreen scores by each polygon shape. And so you can see the A alone in the top left, and then the B in the top right, et cetera. So these are just showing the method essentially. And then if you scroll down, I'm sorry, next slide. At the end of the day, what we did was we calculated the relationship between these. So we looked at departure scores. This is essentially a way to sort of measure how far away from the mean these different scores had. And so these boxes with whiskers around them, it's called a box whisker plot, show the relationship and the confidence around our estimate that these are strong relationships. So essentially you can see the grouping of the different colors relates strongly to these CalEnviroscreen scores. This is actually not the same in every city in California. There were 6 different urban areas, I think, or 8 maybe, that were identified for the redlining itself, and it's not the same in every case. There's actually really interesting differences. So there's lots of questions that come up, and there's lots of potential work to do to expand this research. But this is going to be coming out soon in a story map. And the reason I sort of took the time to go through all that was I think it's really important. We found that in our conversations about race and systemic racism at the water boards in Cal EPA leads quickly to a desire to understand how this conversation and context fits in with the work that we do. We all work at this agency and this water board organization because of passion. We care about what we do very strongly. And so people want to make this contact and connection to the work that they do. So this was a project that started essentially because of the training Deldy and I did last year to the water board staff. We learned quickly that it was important to have something that was contextualized for the outcomes that we work on. There's a lot of research that's been done on health outcomes, law enforcement, justice, access to education. There's a lot of research on that. There is not a lot of research on the environmental outcomes. So this is filling a gap, and it's actually really exciting because in this current day, there's not only access to data, but there's a lot of collaborators and people that want to do open science on this. So we are actually considering a story map that not only tells a story, but another one that sort of tells the how we did it kind of a story, because we are actually getting requests from people to collaborate with us. So if you go to the next slide, I think that finishes where I'm at. So I failed to make a couple of announcements. We actually have a little bit of a time. I will defer to Joaquin if you want to have a short break until 10:45. I also have a little bit of time for questions. And then we also want to make sure that people are aware that comments made on YouTube may or may not make it to people. So if you have a comment and you're watching on YouTube, please email that email address that we had at the beginning at WQCC@waterboards.ca.gov. It looks like Laurel. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying thanks so much. I'll leave it up to folks. I think we can, if everyone is okay and comfortable, take a break as you need here, but just carry on the conversation perhaps, because I think it's been very fruitful. So thank you.
Okay, so good. Take a break on your own, and I will. It looks like, did Laurel's hand go up first?
Yeah, I was just gonna, and I think we all, it's really healthy to take a break. But I just wanted to note, because Greg, you have really helped us do so much data analysis and brought, that's really helpful. But to some of the questions around internal workforce that we started this morning with, I know I've seen the great work that staff have done in examining the data we have on workforce at the water boards and looking at race, looking at gender, looking at some of the power structures at the board and just reflecting on that. And, I think that was helpful for us to be understanding our, internal workforce. So I don't know if that's, and also is interesting to see in comparison to other Cali PA BDOs, because so I really appreciated that analysis, and I wonder if that's something we could share at some point or as follow-up with, with this group.
Without stealing any thunder from Adriana's section and discussion, there will be a mention of that tool later, and there will be an access to the URL for people to play around with. I'll also try to make myself available if people have questions and want to look at it and use it. And there's another tool that is also going to be mentioned later. But you're right on. We're actually, I love this idea that we're operationalizing it by getting it away from Greg talking about the tools that Greg helped develop, because that really shows that it's part of our organizational culture, and it's part of the team network that we've gotten established here. So I hope that people will use that. It's actually a statewide tool as well, and other state agencies. In fact, I've been asked to present to the Governor's Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion on that very tool coming up in a couple of weeks. So thanks for bringing that up. It looks like Nusha, you had your hand up as well.
Greg, this was great. Thank you so much for presenting it. Obviously, I know all the awesome work you're doing with all this different sort of data, and I appreciate that. And this was definitely a great demonstration of it. Couple comments here. One, obviously, I would love to see this tool. Second is, I actually wonder. So we did something very similar, but looked at other cities across the country, so like Atlanta and some of the other major cities, looking at green infrastructure. And I bring this up because I wonder if there is, as we are investing in green infrastructure and some of these different nature-based solutions across the state, is there any way we can use something like this to make sure the investments are more equally distributed? And also, you don't want to also end up creating mass exodus of the local community because the housing prices goes up, and now everybody wants to live in these areas just because they look good. So it will be very interesting to sort of try to make sure, now that we understand this, to kind of use it to be better at future investments in future kind of like all the infrastructure we are putting in place. Another comment I had was, I guess that was the major comment I had. And I would love to see this. This was really, really interesting. I also really like that you guys have not tried to do correlations, because often it's very, very difficult to when you do correlations, they don't end up coming out as closely related, and people start pushing back on, no, this is not really showing the right correlation and its causation, or like all this nonsense that people in my community of academics sort of try to push back on when it comes to when you're talking about racial inequities and infrastructure investment. And I think I really liked how you guys sort of took this data and did all sort of slicing and dicing to demonstrate that no matter which direction you're looking at this data, still shows the same exact problem. So you sort of demonstrate the systematic problem you're having rather than just, getting caught up in the methodological argument. So great job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just say that you touched on the next tool that I want to build, which is looking at the way we spend our grant and loan money in California. And that's, a reflection a little bit about something we have a control over at the water boards, which is, how we invest as the water boards. But there's a related element that I also think is important to bring up, which is this role of government is not limited to your mission sector only. So we also take a lot of actions that affect communities, and we sometimes do it equitably. We make sure every city has to have a program named X doing something in their city. Well, that might take resources away from their other services that they have to provide to these communities. So there's a real important relationship between not just what we do directly, but indirectly too. And I thank you for bringing that up.
And one other thing, actually, this is what I wanted to say, Greg. It would be really valuable. I don't know how we can do this through working with EPA, but it would be good to see if this can become actually more of a national effort, that it's not just California, but other people can potentially plug in their data and help use that for other things that are happening across the country.
And that's another really exciting thing that's already sort of happening because of this research network that Deldy really expanded with her contacts at US EPA. We now have researchers from Virginia that are doing a lot of amazing work in the same space. We're going to make use of one of their word clouds that does really, they sort of did a deep dive on the actual the worksheets that were filled out for every one of these guide Hulk areas in the country. And so there's a rich amount of data that could be used, not just in California, but everywhere. So it's really exciting. Did we have any other hands up? I don't see any. Okay, so it looks like we are right on time to hand it over to Adriana then. Adriana, it's all yours.
Thanks, Greg. Greg, are you controlling the slides? If you can, could you go on to the next couple of slides?
I am. I'll go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Deldy. Awesome. Good morning, folks. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Adriana Renteria. I'm the director for the Office of Public Participation, and my pronouns are she and they. So this morning, we've gotten a chance to explore our own personal understanding of race and how that understanding was created and shifted over time. And we've also gotten a chance to explore, like Greg was walking us through, how race has influenced our work at the water boards at an institutional and structural level. Next, we're going to be transitioning to talk about and explore how you all can take action as board members at your own boards and your own regions. So board members will have an opportunity to share their ideas and reflections in small groups. But before we transition to have these discussions, we just wanted to offer a few resources and tools to get your wheels turning. So like Greg mentioned earlier, so the water boards are currently working to develop a draft racial equity resolution as part of our racial equity initiative. So one of the first resources we wanted to offer are some examples of racial equity resolutions that have been passed by other government agencies. So as we continue this work, what we really want to highlight here, and like Yana mentioned earlier, is that we're really not alone in this work. There have been multiple government agencies who have already passed their own racial equity resolutions, and some of those include the California Air Resources Control Board, who are a member of our Cali PA family, who recently passed the racial equity resolution. I think it was last week, so that's pretty hot off the press. The San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, the Strategic Growth Council are two other additional government agencies who've passed similar resolutions of their own. And then there've been a number of California cities who have also joined this group, including the city of Los Angeles and the city of Long Beach. So across the state and really across the nation, there are government agencies that are proactively working to address centuries of historic injustices. So as we move forward with this work, we just want you to know that one, we're not alone, and that two, we're really part of this larger wave that's taking place right now. And the other thing we want you all to know is that many community and advocacy groups have been calling for this change for many, many years, for a very long time. So fortunately, we have a lot of resources and a lot of experts that we can turn to as we continue this work. In terms of data tools, we wanted to highlight two resources, and Greg started mentioning some of them as well. So one is a workforce demographic visualization tool. On the screen, you have a bit.ly where you're able to jot that down and explore. If you go onto that tool, what you'll be able to see is you're able to look at staff demographics at the water boards and compare them to other Cali PA boards, departments, and offices. So that's a pretty cool resource to explore. The other is a resource that is a tool that helps you identify linguistic isolation by census tract in different California cities. So if you're interested in digging deeper on how language isolation affects your region in particular, that's a really great tool to explore as well. So both of these are still in development. And if you have any questions about either the data or how to interpret it, I really encourage you to connect with Greg offline and have a rich data conversation. The other resource we wanted to mention is that Cali PA has a Train the Trainer program that any of your staff who may be interested in receiving or leading a training similar to the one that you all received from Deldi this morning are able to participate in this Train the Trainer program. So if you or your staff are interested in learning more, Deldi Reyes is your point person to learn more about this available resource.
Or Greg.
Or Greg too. Thank you. If we can move on to our next slide, please. Okay. What this slide is showing is that as part of the Water Board's Racial Equity Initiative, we will be hosting a couple of different public listening sessions this December. And through these virtual public listening sessions, our goal is really to receive feedback and suggestions from members of the public that we will then use to inform our racial equity resolution. As part of these virtual discussions, we're going to facilitate guided conversations in small groups, and the guided conversations are going to range on different topics. So some of the topics that we're going to be discussing include or can include capacity building, workforce development, language access, funding, regulation enforcement, and other ways to improve accessibility. These listening sessions are taking place December 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And we just wanted to mention these to you all as board members, not just so that you know what's taking place at the water boards as a whole, but so you can also consider whether your region or your board may want to consider engaging in focused discussions at your own region with more focused stakeholders as well. So that's another tool that you all may want to consider to learn more about racial equity in your specific area in California. And if we can move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so the last tool we wanted to mention and offer to you all is the tool of inquiry, which all of you use really well. And Yana mentioned this in her opening remarks, but really as board members, you all have access to this incredible tool of inquiry that has tremendous power. So whenever you're having board briefings or during your board meetings, you have the ability to exercise this tool. So we wanted to offer you some questions to consider and to have in your back pocket. So whenever staff are presenting something related to data, you may consider asking the questions, what are the racial demographics in the geographic area identified? Are there any racial inequities present? If so, what has caused those inequities? When exploring impacts to a proposal or to a project that's being presented to you, you can ask yourself the questions, or you can ask staff the questions. Which communities or stakeholders are most impacted or burdened by this proposal? Which communities or stakeholders benefit the most? Are there ways that this proposal can increase racial equity or decrease racial inequities? When exploring how your proposal or what's being presented to you might be able to share power, you can ask questions like, which communities or stakeholders have been engaged in the development of the proposal? How can impacted communities and stakeholders be involved in the decision-making? Are there opportunities for collaboration or partnership with local groups? And could those collaborations help maximize positive impacts for the community? And just by you posing these questions, you're able to begin to shift culture, and you're able to begin to shift priorities in the way that the water boards look at our work. So those are just some tools and resources we wanted to offer you. We know that you all have been thinking about this a lot, and you all probably have a lot of other tools and resources you can share with each other. So next, you're going to have an opportunity to dig into dialogue with one another to share those resources. So if we can move on to our next slide, please. Awesome. All right, so for the next portion of our session, we are going to be breaking up into small groups. In those small groups, you will have about four to five board members, and you're gonna have one facilitator in each of your groups. We're gonna ask each board member to reflect on the questions presented to you individually. And once all board members have shared their own individual reflections, then we're gonna open it up and have board members reflect on what each other have shared. After we close up our small group, we're going to come back to a larger group, and Delby's going to facilitate a larger discussion to share highlights from our smaller groups. So when you are in your small group, we're going to ask you to identify a reporter, or somebody can bring out some of the highlights from your conversations. Board staff and members of the public, we are encouraging you all to listen in. Board staff, if you want to use the YouTube link, that's a great way that you can continue listening in. And we're going to have 50 minutes for our discussion. So our discussion questions for our dialogue are, what can I do as a board member to advance racial equity? And what opportunities exist within my region to address racial equity? So before we jump into breakouts, just wanted to confirm, does anybody have any questions about our next activity? Okay, that sounds good. All right, so then we're gonna go ahead and kick it off to James to open up the breakout rooms. You're gonna see something on your screen inviting you to join a room. So we'll see you in 50 minutes.
Apologies, everyone. I think we had a bit of a technical issue here with our breakout rooms. We'll be put back into our breakout rooms here in a second. Really apologize for that.
All right.
Sorry, you guys didn't get it all solved already?
Sorry, we had some people who were not in groups, and then there was audio issues in our streaming group. And I think I can reset that in about 40 seconds.
We'll give you time. These are the first time we're all trying to use really these platforms for what is a complicated breakout session. So we'll just, no worry, we'll give it a moment here for some a technical space. So thanks, you guys.
It might be worth mentioning that there is only one breakout room that's being streamed to the public, and that one has been told ahead of time. So chances are, and I don't, Deldy is leading that. So if you weren't in Deldy's group, this doesn't really affect you, other than we have to kind of do this little dance.
And just a note, maybe for the facilitators, but we did have folks in our Zoom breakout group that weren't board members. So
yeah, we do have members of the public, and executive officers are part of groups.
Okay. So I thought that the discussion was going to be board members and executive officers, and the public was going to be able to engage through public comment.
No, the public will be in the rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, the public
Laurel,
will
that's
be in
part
the
of
room.
us satisfying our Bagley-Keene provisions, but we have asked, and the board members are the ones that can lead the conversations in the room and should be the ones engaging. The opportunity for the public will be once we come back into the main group.
Great.
Okay, starting groups again. I hope this will work. Okay, well, it seems like this is the room that is streaming. We have Deldy and Jean-Pierre and Nusha. So yeah, this will be our new public room. Okay, Deldy, carry on.
All right. Apologies for that, but we are now back together, as many of us, I hope, as can be. I'm not seeing Chair Esquivel.
I think everybody's.
When I clicked the button, it actually took me out of the meeting completely.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah,
so
I had
that's
to
probably why everybody's gradually coming in.
Yeah, they'll come
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and catch everybody up. I'll do a quick regroup. We had started to dive into our conversation as a small group. The two questions we had in front of us: what can we do in our role as board members, and then what can we bring to advance racial equity through our institutions? So we started to have some great ideas. Celeste really talked about how important it is to define our focus. When we think about structural racism, it can seem incredibly overwhelming. And this is also something I will second, having worked on this for 2 years with Cali, PA. In hindsight, I wish that in the very beginning, we had really worked with individual programs to get people trying things out, even if it might have seemed small or modest. We only learn by trying. And so thinking about real issues in front of us, another example that was brought up had to do with how we make investments. That is certainly worthy of bringing a racial equity lens to the use of resources, very precious resources, especially now. She talked about the example in her institution of facing resistance to trying to underwrite what were perceived as high-risk loans. So, that's another opportunity. Look with fresh eyes. What are our criteria for these loans? Have we inadvertently created practices that are creating a disadvantage for communities of color through these criteria? So I think that's where we left it.
Hey, everyone. Apologies
Denise
for
is
technical difficulties.
having to log back in. Oh, and here she comes.
I just did a recap of where our previous conversation, and it looks like we're all good to go in terms of the technical end. Thank you, James, for troubleshooting. We are live streaming this conversation.
One quick comment I have here is I think I was the one who wrote the word culture in the previous exercise you're doing, and the reason I brought that up is we often think as color or racial background as a way of helping communities, but I think culture is a very important part of it, because we can look very different but bring the same culture, or actually people have different ways of talking and interacting and engaging. And if we constantly judge everyone based on whatever, if we constantly want to create conformity and sort of trying to make sure everybody talks the same, walks the same, expresses themselves the same, we are actually creating another limitation. And I think that is a very important part. And one quick example I give you is, we have had people coming to our board meetings, and obviously, they probably different members of the public, some very educated, and they know exactly how to manage the 3 minutes and how to talk to a board. And some actually are much more passionate, but they don't necessarily follow the same style. And I can see that, people get frustrated when people are speaking differently, or they are not expressing themselves in a very, very organized manner. But that's their cultural way of engaging, and we should embrace that. That's totally fine.
Thank you for that excellent observation in terms of what we can do in our own institutions to create a sense of belonging, not only for our own people who work for us, but the members of the public we serve, who take time out of their days to come and give us their thoughts. Absolutely.
Right, and I think that makes us have to be just far more sensitive that different audiences are, our work is incredibly technical, and using a bunch of acronyms or assuming that same level of technical understanding about a regulation or a proposed, the technical amendment, whatever it is unfair in itself. Creates those barriers to access to our decision making, and that we have to be mindful of communicating in ways that are accessible to all communities, and know that the way you speak to someone who's technically an expert in the field is going to be inherently very different than you talk to then, a concerned parent that is at our proceeding. And how do you capture communicating to as wide and being intentional in that space is difficult, but you have to be intentional. And I think that's where the work really begins, is just identifying, well, then what are the services, translation services, or ensuring, that you do have meetings in the evening when that, that it's community members that you're trying to best to engage when they can then participate.
And what you described, Joaquin, is not just our legacy, it is our tradition by intention.
Exactly.
During the progressive era, they specifically said water management is so critical, we cannot let it fall prey to the corrupt politicians. So we have to be exclusionary and require, these certification. You have to be an engineer. You have to come from a particular licensed curriculum. And to make sure you continue that purity of exclusion, you have to speak in acronyms and in a way that is completely inaccessible to everybody who uses and consumes water.
Very
so
true.
We have a lot to worry about to get over that tradition.
Very true. Very, very true. And I think one other thing I would say is kind of going back to the members of the public and communication style. We do get a lot of members of the public coming to our meetings who actually, to your point, they're taking a day off and coming in. And then we have lawyers and engineers who are actually being paid to be there, and they have prepared remarks that are very well done. And we should not be treating these two groups the same way. I think if the member of the public shows up and they're repeating the same thing, I understand. That's fine. Let them just understand we are here for them, not for that group that is, has the sophistication to have a written document that is just like says what they want to say.
Absolutely.
Joaquin, I would say we've made, I think, in my experience as a board member here, really good strides. These progress forward here, especially with like the Salton Sea public workshops that we've held, where we've had the daytime session, which was more of a deeper dive into the issues and challenges faced at the sea, and then had an evening session more focused on members of the public, making that time available for them to engage. And then also, like you say, having the live translation services. Actually, that was one of the most remarkable experiences I've had personally, because in real time, I could hear the Spanish speakers actually communicate to me and share their thoughts. And I was hearing them as they spoke in English. And that was actually wonderful for me, because that's something that, is very important. And so I would like to see us more intentionally incorporate those types of capabilities into our other efforts. The Salton Sea is a great first step, but, as a state board member, there's so many different issues we engage in statewide. So I just want to make a more deliberate effort to do that. And I think, that's all our hope and intention here. Just figure out how do we make that a reality.
So translation is something that is, often very necessary, but we also have to think about, as board members, pre-translating the water board lingo into normal, accessible English. And, discipline ourselves not to speak in acronyms, and just to speak much more clearly when we're at the dais, and not use the shorthands and, the lingo that we've become accustomed to. I'll never forget my first day on the job. It was actually prior to my first day on the job at the State Water Board. I was asked to take a day off and go to WQCC. So I flew down to Pasadena, where it was. And I heard all these presentations, and they're all in acronyms. And at the end of the day, I thought, oh my God, I've made a horrible mistake in accepting this position, because I cannot, not only do I not understand what they're talking about, I don't even understand the words they're saying. And I was talking to Tom Howard at the end, and I realized this is just a horrible mistake. And Art Baggett actually talked me out of it and told me that, shortly I would learn all these things, and I had to have faith on the airplane back. So I did. And, now I can speak just as imperceivably as everybody else.
I just want to comment that the resolution is critical because it takes a position on the governing body and what they propose to do, but the action is what's the most important part. Since I've been on the board, I've had to look in the audience and not see the disadvantaged population represented. We've had the EJ group speaking on behalf, and we thank God for the environmental justice groups that do represent the disadvantaged communities. But oftentimes they, as we've all mentioned, it's the language. Most of the times what frustrates me the most is the disadvantaged community is not there. A perfect example, we can talk about the GSAs and how things are moving there. They're not at the table. No one is doing anything to get them at the table. There's a push, there's a public meeting, there's going to be a discussion, but they're not at the table. But when the problems come, we spend an exorbitant amount of money to bring them to the table. Why are we doing it the reverse? They should be at the table now. Everything should be going out to address that segment of the population. That segment of the population gets the brunt of everything all the time. Then we throw pennies at a situation that we could have addressed at the onset, and everybody would have been a stakeholder at the table. That frustrates me more than anything. Okay. And I think that has to be addressed, because that perpetuates the problem. Mm-hmm. You have discharges that create problems, and then they give a Band-Aid. Yep. And a few of the residents come out and they're so happy, and you see all the other residents that have asthma, they can't go outside to play, they can't do anything, and everybody's trying to appease, but nobody is addressing the underlying situation. That's frustrating. And it's frustrating because I was put on the board to represent the disadvantaged population. And serving on that disadvantaged population, I don't care what color you are, I don't care what your issue is. As it relates to water quality, when you come out, you need to be heard, and somewhere along the line that the staff, that the board members are responding to what the needs are that you presented to them. And it's not always the case.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what Celeste was saying at the beginning. We are so good at passing laws that pretend to be solving the problems, right? We have all these laws that are supposed to get rid of, inequities and race issues. The Band-Aid
comes off as soon as it's done.
And as soon as, the same with women's, women rights. Yeah. And then these are all, I see them as different ways of putting the dust under the carpet. So you actually say, I have it, it's there. So just be happy because we have it there. Yeah. And I tell you a great example of that. Just demonstrate how these communities are impacted differently. We have a quite well-off community in the Marin County who actually have a issue with their dry cleaner spill. And these people are showing up to every meeting. If we are late in responding to any issues, they are just there. They email us, they call us, they show up, they do. I can't tell you how organized they are. And they're all quite well off. And I really do appreciate them being there all the time. I don't think this is only their issue. It's probably a lot of communities have that have that issue, but you barely see them because people cannot just take days off and just show up and just keep pushing. It takes so much energy and resources, and they're not there, and you don't see them. So
to address that, if we want to make a structural change to address that, as board members, we need to have meetings in the community where the problem is, not at headquarters. We need to have meetings on Saturday mornings with daycare, or Tuesday evenings with daycare. We need to structurally change where and how we meet to be accessible to those communities.
And how do we communicate to those communities ahead of time that we're there to listen? So I think, part of it is, our messaging, whatever press releases or meeting notices that we have, doesn't get out to everybody, or they may not even understand really what it is that we're, preparing to talk about and what the issues are. And if they did, they may be more inclined to participate. So I think it's an all of the above. How do we get that sort of engagement and public education out there? Kind of like we were talking about getting through the alphabet soup as part of it, but also just communicating, what these issues are far in advance, so folks have a chance to get up to speed.
Well,
then we need to have a board that looks like that community. So we have an authentic, credible presentation when they do come to, let's say, the fire station, to where we're holding a listening session, for example. Unless we have people they can relate to on the board, we're still going to look inaccessible. So we have to continue to diversify our boards and have that credibility in the communities.
I want to say something about that, and I think that's true, but I also, this year has been eye-opening to me in terms of racial inequity and the fact that I'm a white man, and there's nothing I can do about that, but I do want to listen, and I do want to hear and break down the stigmas that we can't have these conversations. So that's, part of today has been, hey, let's get comfortable talking about these issues and making sure that they are a deliberate part of our conversation on a regular basis, every meeting, or as appropriate, and not something that we'll shy away from. So for me, it's, regardless of what the board looks like, I mean, I appreciate your point and I agree with you. We need to have diversity, but that doesn't mean we can't make progress, with
You're right.
the board that we have today, for example, and I am committed to
Yeah,
that
and
as
I think
a board member.
You're right. With empathy
Yeah.
and
Yeah, and I think
experience.
that's why it's kind of unearthing the multiple strategies that we could be undertaking. And some of them are a little more long-term, some of them are a little more immediate term maybe. And I think to Denise's point, the resolution will be good. It'll affirm our common commitment to this, but it's about the actions and it's about the work. And it's so critical there. And Denise, yes.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that it's so elementary, but those are the things that we typically overlook. If we're trying to reach an audience, a community like where I am in the rural sections, the water districts should get a mailing of a meeting coming up. That's the first thing. Send it out to all the people that are ratepayers. That way they will get something in the mail. Instead of doing your public notice on a website, Central, nobody is going to go to the Central. They don't even know what the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board is. But if you meet them where they are, when we're talking about water, and I mentioned this once before when I was asked to sit on a panel back in June of last year dealing with drinking water and the whole issue with the GSAs, and everybody kept talking about all the technical mumbo jumbo stuff about the GSAs. And I said, people don't understand that. Disadvantaged communities don't understand that. But if you talk to them about a glass of water, a glass, and it's half full, and this may be the last water you have, you will not be able to bathe tomorrow. You will not be able to cook your food. You will not be able to do all the things because the water will be, when you talk in terms like that versus what is the threshold and the people don't understand it. Break it down. All of our meetings at a point, when you have the public there, particularly the disadvantaged community, you have to speak where they can understand what's going on. If you want their participation, if you want their engagement, because what ends up happening, it's affecting them and they have no recourse. They have no way how to express it. So that would be my thing. We need to have the meetings where if you have someone speaking Spanish, let it be in the language that people can understand. Whatever the language is, speak it to where people that are there can really understand it. To me, I'm very passionate about that. The other issue is, oftentimes the CV salts issue and dealing with the interim solutions to the problems of drinking water. And the issue came up about, and I had to do a testimonial when we were approving of this. If you remember, Joaquin, we were talking about, well, we'll put a kiosk out, within a 3 to 5 mile radius. And my question to everybody was, which one of you in your neighborhood would want that to happen to you? You rented or bought a house to where water was there. And now because of an impact from discharges, that populated community is now going to have to get out of the house and go 3 to 5 miles to get water. No one else would do it. So don't come up with suggestions that disadvantaged communities would have to do that nobody else would.
Which is going to impact their income and there's so many different ways it's going to impact them.
Yeah.
From, making time, going there, coming back.
It's
like
not
how much
right.
water, it's not right. How much water
It's
can
not
you
right.
bring with you? It's heavy.
And that's why I said at the onset of this session, privilege over right. If you choose privilege, you're choosing what's best for you. If you choose right, you're looking out for the interests of all. To me, that's the major concern. We have to get out of our privilege mode and look at the best interests of everybody. Because when you look in the best interest of everybody, you don't have to go back and clean up a mess that you created many years before.
Absolutely. And also one other thing, I think, to Denise's point, if you look at Sigma, it's not designed to not respect, but incorporate human rights to water, right? It's all about how you manage these groundwaters to be sustainable. But how do we define sustainability if you're not incorporating human rights to water as part of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were trying to do a project on this. I tell you, we reached out to many communities, some of the GSAs, and they did not want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
They're like, they just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to be part of such an effort. They don't want to acknowledge it. And they don't even know how to do it. They're like, we are already like struggling dealing with the existing law. Why do we need to care about the next layer of that? And that next layer is actually a lot of these disadvantaged communities who don't have access. They are disadvantaged. They don't have the resources available to them or the language capacity to engage. And they don't know what's going to happen to them next. And those were the ones who actually ran out of water during the drought in California.
Yeah, more of a problem to deal with.
Absolutely.
So let's bring in John Pierre.
Hey, Jean Pierre.
Thank you. Now that I'm back on board, in regard to Sigma, though, there is a requirement to include disadvantaged communities as part of the GSA meeting and engaging, environmental groups, etc. So I think the issue is not necessarily that it is not within the Sigma process. It's probably more of an issue of the individual GSAs not reaching out as perhaps they should.
Of course.
But also so I appreciate people requirements that we put in these laws about engaging disadvantaged communities. But what are the resources that we are providing to these people to be part of these meetings? Are they really engaging? The question is, we are putting these laws to make sure they are involved, and then at the end we can say, okay, you know what, we gave them a seat at the table, they just didn't show up? Or are we just actually saying, they can't show up because they can lose a day pay for showing up to the meetings that often, you weren't with us earlier, Jean Pierre, but Celeste was mentioning, they can't even engage in a conversation because it's like way over their head and they're not even given the way of engaging as in a real meaningful way. So I think, I appreciate that perspective. I honestly think it's more of a gesture rather than the actually systematic way of bringing these people to the table.
Yeah, and I think
we know it's not happening. I mean, people are not at the table, and
I think the common thread there. Yeah, it's not happening. The common thread there, I think, is access to the decision making, to the governance bodies and institutions. Old and prior, or new in the case of sustainable groundwater management.
But that's the same. It's the same challenge that is experienced in how to effectively reach out to disadvantaged communities and giving them the opportunity to, speak. And, the issue of bilingual, I think is simplistic because, we do have, for example, in the Central Coast, Vietnamese speaking, Chinese speaking, various dialects. So often we'll say, oh yeah, well, we'll have Spanish translation. Well, de facto, that by itself does not acknowledge a whole other segment of population who do not speak Spanish.
Right. Yeah, I think it's then really identifying early, and I think this goes to some of the point that Sean made as well, knowing early who your audience is, who you're trying to communicate to begin with, and then knowing what the language demographic is for them, and making sure you have appropriate translation services, because you know that community included Hmong speakers, or those, those are the Hmong community, but or any other communities out there. So I guess trying to drill down into some of the specifics, what is it that we at the water boards then could be doing better in our processes, and where are we falling down on that path to access to equitable access to all communities, to our proceedings, to our discussions. Any thoughts on what could we be doing better? And I'll acknowledge that we're a pretty thin agency when it comes to the resources or dollars we have to engage in this sort of work. We're very fortunate that the Safe and Affordable Fund, the SAFER program, has these new positions at the Office of Public Participation. I see those as core, resources for all the water boards, not just a state board division. But so we have a little more, capacity here. We're gaining some additional. But if that were aside, we didn't have those obvious resource challenges. What could we be doing more? What is it that we're leaving on the table currently?
Well, I will say that since we're in this zone where we're doing our Zoom meetings, and we used to have our water board meetings going from 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in Sacramento, Fresno, wherever we are. But now we are on Zoom, we can schedule some of those meetings in the afternoon in the evening. And we have our EJ groups, Community Water Center, and all the groups that participate and assist in the disadvantaged communities to stage sessions where we can get participation. And if we have to have our regular meetings where we have the discharges and deal with their issues, and if there's an issue that deals with a community, have that item just for a community where you can get their input, where they're at the table. I think that's what we need to do now. We no longer, based on the racial climate that we're in, we no longer want to leave anybody out if our goal is to be inclusive. And we need to figure that out, and we need to figure it out now. And what we're doing is coming to our meetings and we don't see those people in the audience. We need to ask ourselves the question, why did we leave them out? Not what do we do, why did we leave them out?
Just a very quick time check. We've got about 15 or 20 minutes left.
So to that point though, how do we also maintain, I would say, fairness across all stakeholders? Because as an example that you gave to facilitate the process, we had a meeting with some of the environmental justice groups who requested to have 50 speaker cards, virtual, and they said, and we want to do it with videos because they cannot participate. Well, the big concern was creating precedent, because this was part of, by the way, our agriculture order. And I, as the chair, I had a heck of a problem with that, because I'm like, if I'm going to allow that, I'm going to have, the farming community is going to say, well, we have 100 speaker cards and we're going to do it by video too, because, we're farming during the day. So I hear what you're saying, but I think sometimes it's also challenging how not to have the unintended consequence of solving one issue, and then we open a bit of a can of worm. And candidly, I didn't have a solution. The solution at the time was, well, we'll dedicate you time, but if I allow video for you, I'm going to have legally to allow that for anybody else.
And what's the problem with that? Why would that be a problem? Because that, if you can have a broader community engaging in a process. So
that's good.
That is fine.
The problem there, that's true. The problem there, though, this was specific to one hearing. So other parties were not informed that they would have that opportunity as well. If the rules change, where when you do have public meeting and you have, virtual speaker cards and you morph those into pre-recorded videos, yeah, that's fine. But, I was giving an example here, a specific hearing.
I think, I think what's in there is, well, what is the appropriate usage of pre-recorded videos to be submitted to the boards as part of our process? And I think the challenge, and I think in there, Jean-Pierre's challenge was simply at the start, people didn't know that that was going to be the case. And so it would have allowed a whole tranche of folks to have an option that others didn't. And I think there's a fairness question there, but there's also a process question, right? If we do receive, say, someone really has an effective campaign, they develop 400 videos on an item, are we going to sit there and watch 400 videos worth of minutes during the proceeding as we're trying to make a decision and spend a couple of days just watching the videos of everybody? Or is it seen as a supplement and they are submitted, they're part of the record, you view them? How is it different than the written record then? And what is the difference between live public comment or the purpose for public comment? And, there's a lot to unpack, but I think there are important questions to try to get to because why not accept video, right?
Well, I mean, I think.
So I just want to.
So go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to note, we have about 10 minutes. And I think the other broader question, Jean-Pierre and Yusha, what you also started to talk about is that this issue raises actually a very common challenge related to what happens when we wrestle with equity, right? We think about who's going to benefit, who's going to be burdened, and we need to keep at it so that we get to the point where we realize that we're able to actually make things better for everybody.
A balance.
And you can potentially set up, look, if we don't try it, we don't know what the problem is, right? And we can constantly say, you know what, if we do this, this is gonna happen, so I'm not gonna do it. Or we can say, you know what, we are embracing it. And as we are embracing this, we'll learn and we change. And we'll
figure out how to make it work.
Yeah.
Representation.
Absolutely.
Representation is what we need to look at now. So what Jean-Pierre spoke about with too many people, let there be, if it's 50 people, let there be a representation. 5 people represent those 50 people. If we want a solution, we look at a way of how to make it work for everybody.
Absolutely.
We cannot put one over the other anymore. No. I keep talking about the privilege versus the right, and the privilege always the right. The other people always lose out, and we gotta balance that.
Absolutely.
Well, I hear all of you, but put it also in the perspective of this particular instance where we had received 5,000 public comments, and it actually blew up. Digitally speaking, our website on taking these 5,000 comments, and some of them were, most of them I would say were repetitive. But, we had, in knowing that we didn't want to have like I said, the unintended consequence of having the same approach in, getting hundreds of videos. So all I'm saying here is that when making some of these changes, for the good and for the best, we need to also keep in mind how to manage it, because this can easily backfire, saying, well, you promised us you were going to allow it, and now you're unable to address it. And yes, it is a learning curve, but there is also ultimately a practicality on how to be able to manage the information. And when I say manage the information, I'm not saying censoring or parceling the information, but I mean there's a reality check too that needs to be considered.
Yeah. Well, our institution has to anticipate that, and the time is now. People are demanding more accessibility. They deserve more accessibility. We have the technical ability to have people to be more accessible. So that's going to come. So we just have to know as an institution how we can receive that in a way that is fair and equitable.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Yeah, it's about
Absolutely.
then, it's a really good challenge to have.
Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
And
Absolutely. Yeah.
it leads us to the resources discussion and, how does our website function? How
Yes.
does it or doesn't it
Yes.
allow us
Absolutely.
and to Jean-Pierre's point, I recall even on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update on phase 1, we had over 10,000 comments to make meaningful and it takes staff work, it takes resources to not just say, oh yeah, we received it, next, but to read, understand, respond in a way that points people to our decision making, our thought processes, shows our homework, like I say. But it's incredibly hard to manage that when you're trying to manage it with a spreadsheet or an inbox that all the comments came into, and that you have to individually go through all 10,000 to figure out what they even say. There are tools that we could be using in the 21st century.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really help us here.
Absolutely.
That, I think, contribute to us having equitable outcomes. So.
And one thing I would say is, and from our region, and I'm sure different regions are different in their challenges, but majority of people don't even know what we do. They don't even know we exist. If there are 10,000 people who are willing to comment, I'm so happy that at least I know them once a month or twice a month that I'm spending time that people value. You can ask people at water board, they don't even know what it is. So engagement, while burdensome, can be a very valuable way of bringing the newer generation to value what our day in and day out efforts are meaning and what we are bringing to the table.
And they end up being our support.
Absolutely. Exactly. And ends up being willing to pay for the time and resources that's needed. If my kids don't know what a water board does, then they're not going to care. They're not going to want to be part of it, right?
So that relationship is going to be critical as we move through climate change and water is becoming more scarce and more difficult and more complex.
Absolutely.
That a robust relationship with the community is going to be incredibly important.
Absolutely. And if we can bring more people to the table as we sort of navigate the challenges we are facing, that's fine. Eventually we get to that equilibrium we're looking for.
And we just have to make the argument that we need the technology to help us manage that and the resources. So we only have a few more minutes and we have to come up with what we're going to report out. And I personally have a lot of notes that I have written down here, and I want to make sure I don't forget any of them. But it sounds like we've sorted things into internal and external facing. And we've spent most of our time on external facing, what will go in the resolution and what our actions will be in terms of doing a better job. We spent some time talking about how we can engender more involvement and make ourselves more accessible. And then when we're successful, how we need to do a better job of getting resources and technology so we can manage that input when it comes, sometimes as a fire hose, and that's if we're lucky. We talked about different options of making ourselves more accessible, our language, not just English to Spanish or to Hmong or to other languages, but English to accessible English. And then location is important. With Zoom, we have a great opportunity to experiment, to fold time and space and bring in lots of communities. But when we're back to being physical, we might need to, on specific workshops, go to a community and go to a public space that people are comfortable going to and be prepared to meet them at their time and be it after working hours or whenever. I'm looking for.
If I may add something, since I apologize, I was in the blackout. If I had a magic wand, I would say that each regional board would have a public relations person whose primary focus would be to be this, binding glue. So
the liaison.
The liaison, the facilitator. Because right now, let's face it, you'd have to turn around and assign to, one of your who may be a hydrologist. So, I mean, if there was one way to help this whole process, I would submit.
I agree.
That would be very helpful.
Yep,
okay,
absolutely.
you're about to be rejoined by everyone else because, I mean, you can keep talking, but be mindful you are in the waiting room and they're all coming back.
Anyway, that's my little morsel of
Perfect.
Jean-Pierre, thank you for that. And I want to
is
give you
true.
a, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the position statements that the water boards really have very few, but it's changing. I'm very happy to see, and thank you, Joaquin, for your leadership on this. People who are really well versed at communicating to other people. So I don't know if it's a public relations specialist or, a person who's dedicated to racial equity, but we need to have that skill set more fully articulated.
Fantastic. Thank you, Celeste. And thank you, everyone. I see everyone's starting to join us back in here in the room. Celeste will be reporting out from our discussion and really appreciate her volunteering to do that. I'll hand it to Deldy to, it looks like we'll, have folks trickling in. So I think we'll wait for us to all amass.
We will. And while we're waiting, Celeste, I'll just give you a little bit of a heads up. I'll be asking when we come to the report outs for no more than 3 minutes, so that we make sure that every single small group has a chance to share highlights from their conversation.
And we are back.
Thank you, James. Hello, everybody. Welcome. If my group was anything like yours, there was a lot of great and rich conversation and ideas flowing a mile a minute, which is wonderful. That's exactly what we wanted to happen in this small group phase. I want to just let folks know we are nearing the home stretch. We have, I just want to also let you know, we have a couple of 2 more polls that will come at you shortly when I pull the PowerPoint back up. One of them is going to, and I'm telling you this now so that you're ready for it. One of them is going to be asking you in open-ended form to share just one thing that you are willing to commit to do to advance racial equity, either in your role as a board member or through your board. So be ready for that question. And then finally, I will also say that there is an evaluation for this morning's session. It's very simple. It's 4 questions. You can do it at your leisure during the rest of the day. It will stay open all day. All right, so let's start with report out. Let's just do it in order of the small group. I'm going to ask for our representative from the small group 1 to share highlights, and to please keep to 3 minutes so we can make sure to hear from everyone.
They're not numbered, so you should just, whoever goes first can be group 1.
All right, do I have a volunteer? Celeste, can I call on you since you were in our group?
Okay, happy to do it. We sorted initially in terms of what we as board members can do between internal and external, and we spent most of our time on external. We basically said we needed to adopt a racial equity lens to think about how all of our decisions and actions affect people. And we talked about privilege versus right, and we needed to make sure that we drove towards what was right, not being responsive just to those who were privileged. We identified several barriers to accessibility. Language is one, not just English, Spanish, or Hmong, but the way we express ourselves on the dais is our English even accessible to other English speakers? Do we speak in acronyms, or do we make our language accessible and not exclusionary? Location is important because we have Zoom now during this time of COVID, which we probably have another year and a quarter at least to practice. We can fold time and space and work with EJ community leaders to bring people in on specific topics, have workshops where we are able to invite many people at the time that they can come in. When we don't have COVID and we're meeting in place, we need to, for specific water quality topics, go to community locations, a firehouse, or someplace that's physically available to people, and be prepared to listen on their own terms. We need to be sensitive, not just to the people who have the financial and intellectual or the privilege of having lots of attorneys that can come and do powerful presentations, but also everybody who is absolutely impacted by our decisions. And then internally, looking at how we make investments, how we invest our staff resources, and how that affects people, and our also financial aid, SRF and other financial decisions, how we can impact people to level the playing field. It seems like I'm missing a big chunk here. I asked my group, what am I missing? What big pieces? We also need to call on technology and resources to help us manage when we're successful and we get thousands of community inputs, which is what our goal eventually will be. So we will need to be able to manage that. The technology exists, but we probably need investments in there. And we need to look at our staff resources to make sure our staff have the skill sets that they can speak to our communities and be receptive to hear when our communities are responsive to our call for their involvement. And if we don't do this, we do it at our peril.
Celeste, thank you for that. I'm going to exert my own form of privilege as your facilitator and just share that there was also a very key message in our conversation that came up about how we all need to be part of this work being specifically racial equity. That includes the role of whites and white allies. And I just want to lift that up because very often people question, if you're white and you're in these conversations, what can I do? And the answer is there's a lot. And so we need everybody as part of this work. All right, let's move on to who would like to go next.
I can go next on behalf of our group. So we had a few, what I identified as kind of a few key themes come up. Some of them overlapped with what Celeste said, but I'll just go through them in the interest of completeness. So one theme that came up a few times was that tool of inquiry, and really how we can be using that as board members, really looking even beyond directly what action we're taking to also unintended impacts of that. And one example of unintended impacts that came up was if we are placing requirements on local governments for trash, how will that end up impacting the way that they are able to deal with people experiencing homelessness? So I think, that's an extra step in inquiry to not just think about, how is this going to impact that local government, but really go through to the possible unintended consequences. On the theme of inquiry, we also talked about whether it might be appropriate in some way in our standard written reporting on board items to include some analysis of potential EJ or equity impacts in those materials that are going out in the board packet to support decision-making at meetings. Another theme that came up was really around communication and the many, I guess, sort of barriers that create equity issues in our communication. So, certainly language, both in the kind of traditional sense of English, Spanish, Russian, Hmong, that kind of language, but also technical language came up a number of times in our group as well. We also talked about, kind of the idea of listening sessions, timing of meetings, location of meetings. And then the other thing that I thought was really, really helpful that somebody brought up, helpful for me to think about, was the idea that, when we're listening to stakeholders, that so often the groups that are advocating for environmental justice might not have the same staffing and advocacy resources as other types of interest groups. And so just really looking for how can we be seeking out that input versus just listening to the folks that have the resources to show up loud to our meetings and really, provide 100-page comment letters and that kind of thing. And then the last theme that we spent some time on was workforce composition, and really what is the role of a board member in that, given that we only hire one staff member as a board. And so, we talked about a few different things we can do. One being just really trying to be leaders of the kind of agency that people of color even want to work for. The kind of agency that shows up as inclusive and welcoming, and and a place that is open to all, and where all all kinds of people are valued on the team. And that part of that is by, as a board, really expressing to our staff and our executive staff that's important to us, and really making that a value that we come back to. And one way to come back to that value could be through some kind of regular reporting on hiring and diversity in our workforce. And either reporting on that kind of narrow topic, or even broader reporting on kind of just what's going on with racial equity efforts and EJ efforts within our agency, so that's something that we really explicitly come back to and talk about regularly. And I think that sums it up.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Who'd like to go next?
I'll go. Monica Hunter.
Monica.
We had 2 members from Central Valley, and we had San Diego region, and then myself in Central Coast region. So we shared out on ways we've been working and some of the experiences we've had. One common theme was the ability to communicate using our own expertise, and also communicating internally. I shared my experience in being the board liaison for environmental justice actions by staffing through our programs, helping to keep our board informed and up to date on areas that are progressing and advancing to meet our human right to water goals. And so that's been a big help in focusing and highlighting how different programs are taking up these priorities, because we don't have a dedicated staff person. It has been delegated across all programs. And so some of these actions are more subtle and not likely to come up in the course of our actual hearing. So it really has helped to highlight and define these problems. And I think about it's important for as board members to see how our efforts are extending into becoming more inclusive. So good outreach across all of our regions. We talked about different ways in which outreach has been improved and continues to be a focus, including language barriers, where staff and board members themselves have bilingual capacity. That is important, but my experience has been that it's very difficult to be in the process of trying to take input, trying to think about decisions ahead, and also being the translator for what's being said and questions being raised. So we commented that all regions should have formalized translation services, and in particular with Zoom, the Zoom platform. It really makes a big difference. We are fortunate in Region 3. We have had that service provided for us, and it's really effective, and it's been working really well. Also, in reaching out to agencies and partners at a county level, we have each of us shared the idea of understanding overlapping jurisdictions and trying to reach the decision makers. And often it goes beyond the elected, Board of Supervisors and others who are kind of there in a not a permanent way. And so we're understanding where the decision making is going on and trying to identify and establish good communication. And the way that we do this primarily is in using the data we have. That speaks in very strong terms the ways in which we are defining and redefining and learning constantly about what the main issues are facing communities, and in particular, bringing out the disadvantaged community impacts. And so with those partnerships, we can expand the resources that can apply to the solution. So partnering across different agencies and utilizing the expertise and the authority and tools that they have. But I think also in understanding how that data can tell other people who have some role and some responsibility, but are not in a position to see it. They haven't been given the ability to understand what the meaning of the data is. And so I was really interested in the use of the story mapping approach, which we had a chance to talk about. And I think that really, we've all had experiences in being able to talk to decision makers, whether they're the highest level decision makers or programmatic at a programmatic level. And that's really important because our authority is really, you know, we're on our narrow track of dealing with the water problems. But I think in looking more holistically and more fully, you know, we heard about land use and housing and so forth. And so when we see solutions moving forward, we need to pay attention to the unintended consequences and continue that dialogue. So, you know, often our solutions are dealing with central structure of communities that involves the very employers of the people who live in those neighborhoods, who are reluctant to come forward, but yet will, in our case in Central Coast, we will now, we do now. We didn't 10 years ago. We never heard anybody say, well, I work in the farm industry and I want a job. I love what I do. I'm good at what I do, but my children are being exposed, my grandparents, my parents. You know, there are impacts and the changes have to be made. So when we're hearing from these people, it's really from folks who are involved and know firsthand what kinds of exposures that they and their families are experiencing. It's really a difficult situation in which we need to listen carefully and then consider how can we expand our reach with the data that we do have. Because once we get the data in hand, it's very difficult for people to turn away and say, not my problem, not my issue. You know, very easy to say it's, you know, my program, my agency is only dealing with this, but it's a very interrelated set of conditions that people are dealing with. And I think as we had an EO in our session, and he said, and I agree with him, that as water board, we are situated in a very good position to help inform the problems, and we've got the technical data to show the level of the problem. And I believe that we can move that conversation. I think we've all seen in small ways and hopefully in bigger ways as we keep doing this, the impact we can have with the data that we collect, because that is a hard line. There is no arguing with the metrics for health impacts or the metrics for impacts to the environment. And so I think that's our strong suit, and we can use it better though. And I'm going to learn about story mapping, and that's one area that I'm really interested in. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much for that. All right, folks, let's move on to our fourth group.
I'm happy to report out. There's a lot of common themes here. And so I'm with Region 3. We had Region 4, Region 7, and Region 6 in my breakout session. And so I think a lot of things that we talked about have already been said, but I'll just highlight a couple as well related to the communication. And so the communication, you know, with the public and how we're communicating, whether that's language appropriate, whether it's time appropriate, whether it's location appropriate, how we're, you know, getting folks to the table and how we're going to meet the folks. And so, you know, are we advertising things on the radio if that's the most appropriate way of doing it? Are we using social media to the extent that we need to? Are we providing childcare if we need to for certain, you know, for certain types of conversations? Are we going through CBOs and NGOs and faith-based organizations in order to dialogue with folks? Another item is looking at really all the decisions that we make through the lens of historical inequities. Who is the historical beneficiary? Who has not benefited? You know, what are we promulgating potentially with these, with our permit processes? And so, you know, kind of taking a step back, looking at it through a bigger picture, you know, reflecting internally within ourselves and then reflecting internally within the agency so that we're deeply listening to our communities and that we're making better decisions moving forward. And then creating those opportunities in an ongoing manner to reassess our permit processes, whether it's a 5-year permit or a 10-year permit. Are there opportunities to incentivize more social justice and environmental justice? How are we, you know, addressing that, you know, in the moment, and then how are we going to address it moving forward? We also discussed, you know, solutions. What are, you know, cost-effective solutions? Do cost-effective solutions take into consideration social justice and environmental justice and racial justice situations, or are we, you know, really just driven by this cost-effective aspect of it? I think that's what I have in my notes. Feel free, everybody else in my session, to jump in, but there's, you know, I want to be respectful of the time and again, sort of the common themes that we've discussed.
Thank you so much for that. We're doing pretty well on time. I'll just want to note that we have 4 more groups to go through. This includes the group of the EOs that got together to chat. So we certainly invite you and hope to hear from you as well.
Actually, I lied. I missed a bullet point. If I can just really quickly.
You've got to go back.
Yeah, we talked about jurisdictional aspects, and that we have to work across jurisdictional entities and getting folks to the table early and often. We ought to be communicating with cities, with counties, with the Coastal Commission, with, you know, CDFA, with all entities to ensure that we're, you know, synergizing our programs so that we're having these discussions. You know, oftentimes we at the regional board are at the very end of the permitting process when other decisions have been made, and that's problematic. Then we're forced with, you know, having to, you know, answer concerns, but really not having a whole lot of opportunity to, you know, maybe back out of decisions that were poor decisions, so that we're, you know, we're forcing others to have a larger dialogue with us on a jurisdictional level and an agency level. So that we can be proactive about solving problems, and also letting the folks that we interact with at the public level understand that this might be our little myopic, you know, aspect of the resource issue, but, you know, connecting them up and creating that dialogue with other entities to ensure that there is a broader perspective. Thank you for letting me amend that.
Absolutely, that's a really powerful point. Definitely needed in the conversation. Shall we move on to group 5? Do I volunteer?
May I ask that board member Gunther, would you be willing to share for our group?
I can start, though I'm not sure I recall everything. Several of the issues were, a lot of the issues were similar, particularly in terms of communication, that it being, and not just the, as people have said, not just language, but the idea of our technical language, and that our technical language can be difficult to understand. Our technical language can also mean different things to non-technicians. The idea of a theory, for example, means one thing to a scientist, but a very different thing to members of the public. And we also talked about language in terms of the language itself, the language of these JEDI issues. And as we conduct listening sessions and work with people, that we can have very different understandings about some concepts. For example, the concept of white supremacy and what that means. And it means different things to different people. And for old guys like me, it also means coming up to speed on how a new generation of people are using these terms. We also felt like there was a great opportunity to, in terms of that question of, you know, what opportunity exists. Well, my goodness, this issue is inherent in so many of the decisions that we are making. We had Region 1, Region 2, Region 8 in our group. And for me in Region 2, I was thinking when I was looking at the data of Oakland, which happens to be where I live, with the overlap of the environmental impacts with the redlining. And I was also thinking about the coming overlap with sea level rise on those communities as well. And that's going to be an issue that in Region 2 we'll have a great opportunity, particularly as we plan to bring these issues in at the beginning. And then lastly, I would say we struggled a little bit with the implication of the resources required to really address these issues effectively. There's just an inherent in a lot of this is a tremendous amount of time to work with people and to support communities that, as we noted, don't have the capacity to hire consultants or to hire lawyers or to even show up because they're working when the meeting is happening. And how do we do that effectively? And that there seems like there's definitely going to be a need for additional resources to effectively integrate these JEDI issues into our work. And then I would definitely, Laurel, anyone else who is in our group who might have anything to add, please fire away.
The only thing I'd add that is that, you know, we had all of us were relatively new board members. And so one of the things was just thinking about what our role is. And, you know, I think thinking about how representation matters, how we're creating spaces that are inclusive and bringing our own expertise, especially if we're coming from disproportionately impacted communities, tribes, and we talked about how important the listening sessions are that we're starting to do at the state board level and you know, regionally are important to help us inform this effort and listen, and just thinking about board member roles there in terms of listening and also showing up ourselves and how EOs and staff should utilize board members to show up and be part of this work generally. That was the only other thing. I think everything, a lot of similar discussion to other groups.
Great. Thank you, Laurel. There are definitely very common themes. Feel free to just note that in your report out and move on to something that might be a little bit more different in your report out. That's no problem at all. So let's move on to our sixth group. If we have a volunteer to just share a few highlights from your conversation. And while we're waiting for our volunteer to emerge, I want to clarify for folks who might have joined late that JEDI stands for Justice, Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion. Do we have a volunteer?
I'll volunteer for my group.
Thank you.
I'm Matt Keeling. I'm the executive officer for Region 3. So we had engagement with state board members, Region 2 and Region 7. We also had the benefit of having Charming Evelyn from the Sierra Club, a member of the public, which I think, to me, keyed in a real significant component of this discussion is that making sure that we just got very valuable feedback from her as a public stakeholder, you know, and her perceptions. And I thought that was very helpful, in particular relative to trying to balance, you know, the accessibility of our meetings. She brought up some similar concepts as well about, you know, evening meetings, and that was one of our themes as part of our accessibility. There's obviously some tension associated with a daytime meeting versus an evening meeting. Whereas, you know, you've got our regulated community members typically are, it's their job to participate in a daytime meeting and maybe less willing to participate in an evening meeting, whereas our public stakeholders they have different jobs during the day, and sometimes they can't take time away from those jobs to participate in a daytime meeting. And so, making an evening meeting available to them, but that also makes it more difficult for some of the other stakeholders on the other side. Talked about daycare, providing food, things like that to kind of entice people. But really, a lot of the common themes, even the playing field with respect to how we evaluate and issue grants, engagement. One thing that was brought up was seeking opportunities for board members to engage within the communities and with the community members, but not necessarily as part of our meetings, so that they can gain a better understanding of the issues that those communities are facing. Other common theme, communication, outreach and education, and the messaging, both the language component and the technical versus layman's component, making sure that we're communicating in a way that a broad spectrum of our regulated community and our customers, the communities that we're protecting, can understand that information and respond to it. And then we just talked about accessibility for meetings. And then another component was collaboration. And this one spanned, different kind of issues. It's interregional collaboration. So collaboration with some of our regional counterparts, where we've got shared boundaries that the local agencies don't necessarily see those regional boundaries, and the issues don't stop at those boundaries. Collaboration with other state agencies to learn from what they're doing and the tools that they're developing and are going to develop, to help guide us, as well as maybe to generate a little bit of statewide consistency. There was also collaboration with local agencies. My Vice Chair Gray kind of spoke to this, and this was a topic of discussion, is that oftentimes we are on the tail end of a very lengthy process of project planning, review, and permitting. And sometimes stakeholders are trying to use our process to try to right a wrong that they see with respect to this specific project, but that's not necessarily within our swim lane or our bailiwick with respect to the action that we're asking our board to take. And that puts our boards in a very difficult position to try to weigh these issues outside of what our statutory mandate is associated with the water code and our basin plan. And so early and often engagement with the local agency players, such that we can have discussions about some of these issues well before they come to us. Some local agencies are better at communicating with us. But it's incumbent on us to maybe be better at reaching out to those agencies that don't talk to us early and often, to kind of establish relationships, channels of communication. But that comes with some challenges as well with respect to staffing resources and being able to spend a relatively significant amount of time in that engagement versus, the statutory obligations that we have and the oversight, regulatory oversight that we have with our permitted and regulated facilities. And also collaboration with people with the expertise that can help us be better at engagement and communication and accessibility. Leveraging groups and individuals with that expertise to make us and help us be more effective and using some of these tools to focus on racial equity and environmental justice. So, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that very much. All right, we're in the home stretch in terms of reporting out. We've got, I just need 2 more volunteers, one for our small group of mixed board members, and then after that, we'll hear from the executive officer group. And looks like maybe someone was trying to speak but is muted.
Did we hear from the group with Stefan, with Marina, with Nefertiri, with Adriana, with Jessica, with Eric?
James, this is Marina. Yes, Matt was in my group.
Yeah.
You've heard from him.
So we've heard from that group already. Is there any group that we have not heard from?
Yeah, Jane was going to do ours. I think it was ours that was.
I did. I already did ours, Nancy.
Did you? I couldn't
before.
see you. I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
I couldn't see who was speaking. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Well, how about our group of executive officers? Is there anyone from that group who'd like to share a few highlights?
And we actually mixed them in.
Okay. This is fabulous. We're good on time then.
Alexis,
So, go ahead.
Alexis, you have your hand up.
Sure. We had a mix of executive officers and board members from the LA, San Diego, and San Francisco Bay boards. There were a few specific recommendations that I just wanted to toss out there. One was a return online of the organization charts for the 9 regional boards to make it more accessible for the public to be able to contact the right person. Secondly, as the recommendations go out to these listening sessions across the state, it would be great for all of 60 of us who've been together yesterday and today to have a feel for what those recommendations are, and for those to, be vetted through the executive officers, and that's to the board members. We talked about our multilingual capabilities in each of our organizations, to what extent are boards doing public meetings in English and Spanish. Clearly, more boards are putting out written materials in different languages, and there is the statewide translation contract, which we can all continue to use, or perhaps use a bit more. Let me just check in with Dave or Renee. What am I forgetting from our discussion?
Thank you, Alexis, for jumping in and leading us. One of the things I think we also discussed was having a continuity of support for effective outreach that would enable the boards to better address racial equity issues in our community, and to be able to coordinate outreach events with the community that are not strictly focused on crisis du jour, but rather developing long-term relationships and input and participation in the board's decision-making. That can't come at the cost of permitting or enforcement work, and it can't be the subject of catch as catch can available hours with this person or that person in the office. So that was one of the things I think we also discussed.
I think that summarizes it nicely. This is Renee.
Wonderful. Thank you all for your conversations and energy in the small group, and also in reporting out and also listening to everyone. What I want to do in the last few minutes that we have before we turn it over to Executive Director Eileen Sobek to close us out is to just share a couple of visuals with you. We had in the PowerPoint a slide that really talked about, really reminding us that we are not alone. And I wanted to also just bring to your attention the real growth that has happened within Cali, PA. You will hear from Eileen in more detail about the water board's work to establish racial equity infrastructure to support this work. You'll hear about the Executive Steering Committee and the working group. And what you see in this chart as well is how this is happening in other boards and departments and offices throughout Cali, PA. You had heard reference earlier that CARB now has a racial equity resolution. And so you, as the other board governed BDO in Cali, PA, you have a peer in this work. And so again, just a reminder that we have some resources and a support group. And here's just another image of some of the resources and deliverables that we have worked on that really touch on many of the things you talked about in your report out: language access, workforce diversity. These are all going to be available to you to support the work. And here's our hopes for the future. This also came through in some of the conversations we heard about today in terms of your report out in the one I sat in on. I heard very strong recommendation that, yes, we need to do a resolution, and the resolutions need to be action forcing. right? We are today, through this process, normalizing racial equity. We are talking about how to integrate it into our planning and hopefully into our budgeting. We've talked about workplace culture so that we are a place where everybody feels that we belong. And we talked a lot about engagement with those who are impacted by environmental injustice so that they are driving and informing our priorities. I should also say that one of the efforts that we have put in place is to do an internal survey of the workforce to help us understand a baseline for where we sit in terms of our understanding, and this is going to further inform our plans for the future. So now I'd like you to take your phones out, and you have a chance now to respond to this last question. There's one question and then a survey. This is just asking you to reflect on one thing that you can do, whether it's either in your role as a board member, an individual board member, or in working through your board to advance racial equity. A reminder that your responses are anonymous. And you have two ways to join. You can text, or you can open up that browser again to that website and share your idea. We certainly heard a lot of really good ideas in the report outs that touched on the immediate work in front of us, the development of the resolution, as well as planning for the listening sessions and how they can inform the resolution and further action. And I was really great to hear too that Adriana's content that where she shared with us, how we can use inquiry in our role as executives, in our role as board members, can further drive this work, asking these questions in our role, asking staff to consider equity in the things that they bring before you. So these are all really helpful ideas. Thank you for continuing to share. And I want to take, I'm going to take you after just one more minute to the next slide that will show you the 4-question simple open-ended survey, where we are asking you to help us make sure that these conversations are more effective the next time we do them. This was a first for us in terms of managing the public observation of this conversation. And so we know we have a lot to learn. That survey will be open to you through the phone all day. So take your time. You don't have to do it before lunch. We want you to enjoy your lunch. Yeah, so thank you so much. I'm going to take you now to one slide just with more resources, and then the evaluation. To complete the evaluation, you can, as I said, take your time, and it will be open throughout the day. So at this point, I think I want to turn it over to Eileen. Welcome, Eileen, to the conversation.
Thank you, Deldy, so much. This has been a really inspiring morning, and I really want to compliment everybody, both on the facilitation end, but on the participation end, because as it's been mentioned several times, we're not going to make progress in the racial equity journey if we don't have buy-in and commitment and engagement and leadership from you board members, because you are the ones that hold us staff accountable. You are the decision makers. You are the ones that have the power of inquiry and accountability for your staff and inquiry to your to the participants in this whole endeavor. So the fact that everybody dove in and with such enthusiasm and such a wealth of ideas, for me is very inspiring to support staff efforts to further the racial equity journey that we're embarking on. It is going to take time. It is not an endeavor that is separate from our core mission. I think that's part of the culture shift. It's how we conduct our core mission. But there is going to be some time for reflection, listening, adjustment in the way we do business. And so it's going to be a sustained journey. And I want us to have the right mix of enthusiasm and patience as we sort of move through this together. I really can't say enough about the efforts of Jana and Deldy from Cal EPA, and then Greg and others in the GARE team at both Cal EPA and in the water boards for setting the stage and creating a space where I think we are ready to take off and roll up our sleeves and jump into this. And there is a space for everyone here. So while I think it's really important for those of you in the board leadership and then in us in the staff leadership to make sure that this is a priority, it is, I lost my train of thought here. It is going to take a while, and we do want to engage everyone from the top of the organization to all the reaches, to every nook and cranny of the organization, as well as all of our stakeholders. I do think that the concept of inclusion is one that we sort of look at diversity and recruitment really important in many ways, I think easier than the inclusion part of it. So inclusion, as people have said, we want to make sure that anybody who we invite into our organization wants to stay here and sees it as a healthy and exciting and challenging in a good way place to work. So I do think that commitment of leadership is important, but making sure that we involve everyone throughout our organization is going to be important. So a little bit of the nuts and bolts about how we hope to see that proceed. I'm going to concentrate on the short term, but I think we all need to have our eye on the long term. These are sort of milestone outcomes, not sort of end results in any way, shape, or form. So we're starting out, as Deldy mentioned, we do have a task force of a small number of us to try to create a framework involving both the state and regional boards. But we're trying to build that out. And the next part of that build out is the convening of a larger working group. The first meeting of that group is going to be tomorrow. We're having 2 half-day sessions. We'll have a lot of sort of training and introductory kind of exercises, a lot like you have gone through today. That group, there are about 20 people who are part of that group. They are representatives of not every region, but almost every region and many parts of the state board. They are really going to be people who are going to set up this process of listening sessions in early December, at looking both externally to our stakeholders and communities and internally to our employees throughout our organization, try to come up with some proposed language for model resolutions, both for the state board and potentially regional boards as well. They will serve as coordinators and resources to others in your regions or offices to kind of get the ball rolling in a substantial way. We're hoping that by the end of the year or the first few months of next year that we could get board resolutions going. I think that it is significant to have a resolution because it puts in one place in a very powerful statement that we can amplify out to other organizations, to community members, to individuals within our own organization. But it really isn't an end in and of itself. It's a message, it's a work plan, it's a commitment to move forward with concrete goals and objectives that we expect to be held accountable to. The folks in the work group, we've been letting folks know that it could take up to 25% of their time to, we really want this to be a major commitment where people are willing to think through and go through a lot of the steps that it takes to accomplish a lot of the suggestions that you all have come up with. We don't just, even putting together a Zoom meeting takes a certain amount of energy, and we don't always get it right, and we want to create the space for those things to occur. I've made it very clear to everyone within my sphere that these are not to be other duties as assigned. This is a priority for the board. Chair Esquivel has made that clear. I've sensed that it is a priority for all of you. And when it's a priority, it means we devote resources to priorities. We don't just work on them as an afterthought. So the folks on the working group are going to be up to their eyeballs, especially in the next few months, to get us launched on this path. I'm quite sure that they're not going to be doing everything as quickly as you all would hope, but I think it's a substantial step forward when I see what the members of the GARE group did when it really was other duties as assigned, when they didn't have the full attention of the boards and the executive team. I can only imagine what a more fully engaged or a team with the ability to engage more fully will be able to do. So we welcome your input. We welcome reporting back to you, both in larger gatherings like this and within our individual boards and through whatever other mechanisms you all direct us to let you know what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I think it's an exciting but daunting task, and we will really be looking to you all for encouragement, for constructive suggestions, and also for a little bit of, again, as I said, patience. As you heard elsewhere in this meeting, state employees are only being paid for 90% of their salaries. They're only working 90% of the time. Most boards, as we saw from the pretty cool accomplishments reports, have a lot of priorities, a big work plan. The same is true for the state board. We want to do all that work in a way that's mindful of the opportunities to incorporate racial equity goals. But again, it's with the all of the challenges that have come to all of us in this COVID era, both the challenges and the opportunities. And I do think that it's amazing how both the leadership group and the workforce in general has jumped on and adopted the benefits that have come to us through necessity during this COVID time. And I do think a lot of them have already made us more able to meet some of the challenges that you identified. You know, if I think back to where we were in the pre-COVID, pre-Zoom era, and if you had been raising the same kind of issues of how can we make meetings more physically accessible? Do people really have to come to Sacramento? Do they have to come to a government building? Do they have to come to a specific place that entails a lot of travel? Those, we now have options on the table that did not exist in any significant way 6 months ago. And so I am really grateful that that's not a problem that this racial equity group needs to solve. It's a solution that we need to embrace and amplify. So with that, I will just say that please, we will get resources posted on the website. We will take all your advice to heart. We will get this working group up and running starting tomorrow, and I will be communicating to them your enthusiasm and support and the fact that you share this as a priority with all of the rest of us when we meet and have our kickoff meeting tomorrow. So thank you for your time. Any feedback is welcome. And I think this was, I hope you thought it was a worthy use of half a day of your time. It's really only, a small amount of time to address a problem that is this large and has underpinnings that are so widespread. But I do think it says a lot that you've chosen to tackle this and spend your time on this at this point of time in the board's history. So thank you very much. And if anyone has any questions, you're welcome to ask me now or get in touch with me offline. And Joaquin, I wanted to ask whether you wanted to say anything to wrap it up, because for me, the privilege of being able to work on the task force and devote significant time and spend a lot of time with a ton of devoted people. I can't tell you the amount of interest that has, when we've asked people if they want to participate in various groups, we haven't been able to accommodate everybody with exactly what they want to do now, but this effort is going to go on for a long time. So I think we're going to need to refresh the group from time to time, but it was Chair Esquivel, his kind of call to action that gave us the ability to embark on this effort. So with that, I will wrap up.
Thank you, Eileen. I don't think I have anything more to really add. I just want to acknowledge as well that this is a water board's effort, and not any one of us is really owning this. This is a truly institutional effort and discussion that we're all having. And the success of it will be to the degree that we all take ownership in this space. And I've just feel incredibly fortunate to be with you all here and having this incredible discussion amongst us, and looking forward to the specific follow-up here, and know that it's iterative. And to Eileen's point, it will be lasting work and is part of our core mission, and isn't just a sort of a side project that will at some point say we're done and we've sort of necessarily completed it. We always have to be mindful of the work to continue to bridge to communities. So just thank you. Not much more to add than that. So I think, Jessica, does that bring us here to
It does. I think we're coming to pretty close to getting to lunch, but we do have an opportunity for the public to provide some comments now. So for those members of the public who are on the Zoom call, if you're interested in speaking, please raise your hand and we will unmute you so you can make your comment. If you are not on the Zoom call and you have a comment you'd like to make, please feel free to email us and we can read that for you here. So it looks like we have Patricia from Grassroots Coalition.
Yes.
Go right ahead, Patricia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think I just gave you my image up here also. Thank you. It was very illuminating what went on today with you guys. I appreciate being able to listen into all of this. In particular, I would also like to comment with regard to Jane Gray and Monica Hunter. If we could have a little bit more information on the story mapping approach, I thought that was interesting sounding. Grassroots Coalition is a nonprofit. We do a lot of work with environmental health and safety issues and environmental work for habitat protection and wetland protection and aquifer protection. And so as a group that has 2 Cal EPA complaints in, this is all very illuminating work. And Jane Gray had talked about the interfacing with other organizations like the Coastal Commission, like the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. These are all issues that we feel very strongly about and have been trying to promote the connecting of the dots, so to speak, with the agencies, with the organizations, so that we can translate all the various components that do need to fit together. Our experience in the past, meaning Grassroots, has been to work with the AQMD, DTSC, and other agencies that have, you know, some of the heroes in my life, which has been, you know, over 20 years that I've been working on this as a volunteer. It has been individuals from within various agencies that actually reach out, and they do go beyond their immediate realm of world of what they can do. And as someone myself that goes out and takes sampling, air samples, ground gas samples, all sorts of things, and then have been taking them to agencies who have reviewed the work and come to reaffirm what it was that I saw. And we have had major changes, and oil wells shut down, closed, abandoned due to that type of work. So I thoroughly appreciate everyone from every agency who has gone out on a limb to work with us as stakeholders and did listen to us. So thank you very much.
Oh, Jessica, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. And next we have, it looks like Charming Evelyn. Do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. And, you know, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for holding this and having this discussion on equity. I want to say thank you to Yana. I thought she did a great job. And thank you to Celeste Cantu, because like Celeste, I am an immigrant and I am a biracial, and it only when I came to America did I know what it was to be involved in those racial discussions and to realize what my privilege was and to check it in at the door. And so I come to this discussion through working on water issues and realizing how much water inequality there is. And it made me very interested in environmental and social justice issues, because where I come from, it is not an issue, and I come from a multiracial family as well. So for me, it's all, you know, having people in various shades, speaking differently, it's all very normal to me. I also want to thank the governor, and I do hope that the water boards are going to follow the directive that came out on consulting with the indigenous communities. Their voices have been sadly lacking in decisions that are being made that do affect them every day. And when we talk about racial equality and inclusion, we have to be allies. And so as an ally, I really want to speak on behalf of the indigenous communities today and to ask everyone to please reach out, not to only the tribes that are popular or, you know, by name, but take a look at the mapping and see how many tribes are affected and will be affected by decisions that you are making. And of course, I really did like the inquiry as a tool for equity and justice. And I think if that is applied, then the decisions that come from the water board will be very different, because predominantly you are asked to make decisions on projects that affect disadvantaged communities and communities of color. And it is true, you are put into a very awkward position when a lot of advocates like myself come to the water board when it's at the tail end. But again, that is where more communication comes in and more collaboration comes in if you invite us into that discussion from the beginning. And so I just want to say again, thank you, thank you, thank you. And just two other things. I really, really do hope that the water board will take a step when it comes to agricultural contamination and make that a big focal point, because agricultural industries are destroying the state sources of drinking water and they face very little regulation. I also would like to ask the State Water Board that when we have industries that have polluted with PFAS and PFOS and PFOS, that to set a deadline on those polluters for them to clean up, for them to remediate those bodies of water. Because yes, they passed a law that you don't have to, monitor for water, but no hard deadlines are set. And I really would like the State Water Board to consider these issues, because if you don't put a deadline, what's going to happen is another Exide. That's what's going to happen. And I really don't want to see that happening in our communities or with the issues that's happening with DDT off the coast of Catalina. And so once again, my hat's off to the Water Board for this discussion. And I thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion today.
Thank you, Charming. Let's see, it looks like Hoyen.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes,
great.
we can.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this meeting. This is just wonderful. A whole pack of things yesterday and today. I have a quick comment talking about outreach, communicating with communities. You also talked about the challenge of Zoom meetings. So my suggestion is if the board meetings could have more detailed minutes, then that will be another way of outreach. So a lot of people cannot, we know the difficulty of having a meeting during the day or having a meeting at night, but generally people can catch up by reading the minutes. The minutes I have read so far, sorry to say, the board meeting minutes are much shorter than city council meetings minutes. So can we go have more details? It's different that when a board member cannot participate in a meeting and then you are more motivated to watch the video. But a community member, it's really hard to find the right spot to watch the video. So I just think the minutes is a good starting point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next we have, let's see, Jeanette from Grassroots Coalition.
Hello, this is Jeanette Vosberg with Grassroots, and I had written a question and apparently did not receive an answer. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. It was in regard to the lack of emphasis on Indigenous people and their sacred sites. As regards water and land rights and how they affect and how they affect wildlife and habitat. Will you be doing something on that subject matter, or can we get some sort of a response today on that?
So I see here that you had, there was a question from, it looks like our YouTube live. And Jan is no longer on this call. I don't know that we're going to be addressing this today, but we can certainly follow up with you on this. And we'll make a point to get in touch with you, Jeanette, to make sure that we can talk about this more.
Okay, what I think is that I've been spending a lot of time reading books and investigating what positions the Indigenous people have taken on these issues. And I feel that they really need to have a voice in all of this, because it's quite different than, say, Black Lives Matter or, perhaps the Hispanic or Latinx people. And I would like to see that really looked at, because I think personally that they have a tremendous amount to offer us when we're looking at all of these issues. And many times they're ignored.
Thank you, Jeanette. I will note, I think Jana tried to somewhat incorporate just a remark as she was finishing up about the fact that there are, yes, incredible impacts to California Native tribes, and that although some of the focus or discussion may have been around certain communities of color, that this discussion encompasses it all, and to your point. And I would acknowledge that the governor has taken great care to, for the first time, apologize for the historic genocide that took place truly in California when it comes to our native tribes, and the importance of acknowledging that, but also beginning to incorporate. And I'm proud of a lot of the great work we have done on the tribal side. I think we could speak certainly more to it here. I'll just note that Adriana Renteria, who you heard from earlier, is our tribal advisor. And there is a concerted effort to ensure that tribal voices are incorporated into our discussions. So just appreciate the note and the flag.
Well, I really liked Jana's remarks. I thought she did a fabulous job of, on her presentation. But one of the things that I recognized is that the Indigenous people really focus a lot on place and not on ownership. And that it's critical to listen to them, because I think that they have some amazing things to add to this dialogue. I've listened to the book written by Robin Wall Kimmerer on braiding sweetgrass, and she is a professor and also an Indigenous person. And she really presents an amazing view of what the Indigenous people have to offer, but there are others as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeanette.
Thank you. So is there anyone else who would like to make a comment now? You can, again, raise your hand. We do have one that came in through email that I've been asked to read. So this comment comes from John Armstrong in Rockland, California. John says, Rockland has a good water deal, but I must say it's quite irritating that us here in the Sacramento metro area have to constantly worry about and guard against constant efforts by MWD, LADWP, International Agribiz, the Resnicks, and other billionaire class water barons, DWR, and state water contractors to steal more water from NorCal. John also comments, keep up the good work in DPR and IPR, and don't do ocean desal. Too hard to deal with the brine waste. Go with recycled water and keep refining it to deal with PFAS and microplastics like tire dust. Both have a very similar rap sheet and removability, filterability. That's the last word from pro researchers in US and UK. So again, that was coming in from John Armstrong in Rockland, California. Is anyone else on the Zoom call interested in a comment? Okay, it looks like that's it for public comments. And so next we're going to head into lunch. Folks, we're asking you to be back here at 2 o'clock, maybe a little before 2 o'clock, so we can start right at 2 o'clock for lunch. And we'll see you back soon.
Delty, I've got my screen shared, so you can close out if you need to.
Hey, James, I'm here. I can go ahead and share that if you want.
Sure.
Unless you, just in case you wanted to do something else with your screen.
No, it's okay. It might, yeah, why don't you do it?
Okay, just a second.
shout out to Trinity County. If you're a board member, State Water Board member, please identify yourself.
Hello? Hi, this is Nancy. Can you see me? I can't see anything but the screen, the slide.
Hi, Nancy.
I do. I see Jane.
Yeah, you know, Nancy, if you want to go up to view, do you see that little view thing?
You know, I don't have that. I'm on an iPad.
You're on the Mac. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, I looked for it, and I'm afraid, like I said to somebody earlier, I can't play with this thing because I'm always in a meeting with it, and I'm never able to play with it because I'm in a meeting. You know, I don't know what I'm doing. But no,
so Nancy,
yeah,
it's
hi,
Michael. So I'm also on an iPad. What are you trying to do?
Well, we were talking about. I can't see anything right now, but the you know, but the screen the back in 2 o'clock screen, you know, on a break. But I usually can you I only see 9 cubby holes, you know, the Brady Bunch thing. Can I see any more than that? Like, can I turn the page or do anything, or is that just
so? Two things. First of all, when you're in that gallery view and you have 9 people up, you can actually swipe left or right to see another gallery of 9 people. I don't think you can ever have more than 9 on a screen at the same time in Zoom. But if you want to see who else is on, you can keep swiping left or swiping right and see the next batch of 9. And then when it's in this mode right now where there's a presentation up, you can, do you see a picture of yourself, for example, in the lower right corner? There should be a way to...
I only see you.
Oh, okay. Does it have a little plus and a minus in the upper left corner? If you click the plus, it'll bring up a gallery that shows you some of the other people that are on right now. And then you can once again swipe left and right to see folks like Ed and all the others that have their cameras turned on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, thank you. That's nice to know. Okay. So that I can do that when the screen's normally on, when I have the Brady Bunch screen on.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Mike, we're going to make you our honorary IT department big chief.
I'm a little busy with other duties.
Oh no, Michael is, you know, so responsible for the competency that we've been able to demonstrate in being able to hold these meetings and be able to do tech support live. I think between Michael and I, it's, you know, it's part of the territory at this point to, you know, help people adjust to these platforms. So
yeah, really. So you use an iPad, Michael. That makes me feel better.
Michael, what I want you to do is make the website user friendly. It is the worst website I have ever been to in my life.
Oh, Jim.
Joaquin, do you want to talk about that one?
The worst.
Jim, I don't think you want to bring up that hobby horse right now. That's a can of worms. But I will say
it is the worst.
I will say it has been a specific effort of mine to update the website. We should actually, at the next chair's call, I'll give an update. We're, you know, a ways away, but at least we're in the middle of a conversation and getting some resources for it.
None of my board members use it for any purpose if we can possibly avoid it.
Well, you know, not to take up, we're here still in our break, but just quickly, you know, to touch upon our previous conversation in our breakout session, we talked about just that the website is our primary platform for engaging everyone and being able to have clearly board meeting agendas, items, you know, coming before, background material, updates from staff, a cogent way to show where our workshops are happening on the staff level, what's coming up on our various calendars. It's so critical, incredibly so. And so don't want to give it short shrift, and, you know, let's actually calendar it for one of our chairs calls and kind of open a door to what is going to be an ongoing project if we're going to be successful.
Jim, I wish you'd just say exactly what's on your mind.
Quit beating around the bush, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
And Jim, I suggest you adjust your camera because half of your head is chopped off.
Oh, we're not really doing anything yet, so I'll.
Well, earlier on, you were also partially decapitated, so we don't want to...
Some
That's
people
one of the things
consider that good news.
One thing I enjoy is seeing what folks decide to throw up behind themselves. And Carl, I have no idea what your different destinations have been. Yesterday, it looked like you had Edelweiss up, and I'm not sure what's up today.
Well, yesterday was a beautiful house in Schwarzwald, the Black Forest. And this happens to be an interesting picture. It's also in the Black Forest, and it's a sea called Titisee. And
so is that Lake Kimsey?
Yeah. Well, say is lake. But Thomas Harder, you probably know Thomas Harder.
Oh, yeah.
You see the second building down there on the left is actually a school. Classmate of his is the principal of that. And Thomas Harder's parents live right over that hill.
Oh, nice.
That's why I happened to make the picture. I was there and I took the picture and sent it to Harder standing on the boat that I was on.
Do you have your sunscreen on? You look like you need sunscreen.
Some of us need a little more sunscreen every year.
Yeah, I know. It's very white.
No, he looks like he's bathing in the sun with that lake behind him.
Oh yeah, well, that would be nice. I'd like to be there now, but their COVID-19's going up again too.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate looking what's going on in Europe right now too.
Yeah, my mom is 95, lives in Brussels in a senior home. They have so far 34 residents infected, 14 staff infected. They totally shut down the place, and they have the Belgian army helping develop some emergency procedures.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Belgium now has the highest amount of COVID-19 positive case in population percentage.
Well, we wish your mom well, certainly.
No, absolutely.
Yep.
How old is she, did you say?
95.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my dad passed away at 98, my grandmother at 100. So I tell people, you got to be nice to me. I'm going to live a long time.
Jean-Pierre, that means you've got like 60 more years on the board, right?
You got, oh boy, yeah. Well, I thought, wait a minute, I thought every year on the board counts for 3 in a lifetime.
Imagine how much it counts when you're chief counsel.
Yeah,
dog years.
Yeah, then it's 7 years.
Yeah.
All right, well, I hate to break in on this fantastic conversation, but it's 2:00 now. So welcome back from lunch, everyone. So for our final session today, we're going to hear from our Office of Chief Counsel some updates. So we have 3 people on the upcoming panel. We have Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel, Jennifer Fordyce, Assistant Chief Counsel, and Emil Wadwani, Assistant Chief Counsel as well. So Michael, are you folks ready to?
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Okay, sounds good. And just some quick updates. If you do have a comment, please email them to wqcc@waterboards.ca.gov. And we encourage you to watch the YouTube stream if you're not going to be speaking during any of this instead of joining the Zoom. It makes things a little easier for us. So sorry about that, Michael. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem at all. Thanks so much, Jessica. So I really made the comment yesterday when we were talking about our shift to Zoom meetings, but we really miss out on certain things by going to Zoom. And one of them this year is I would love to be bringing everybody home to the conclusion with a glass of Jean-Pierre's wine, but we'll have to do a double dose next year. We have a short period of time for this session, and I really want to spend the bulk of it, if at all possible, on an interactive session where I throw out a few ideas, and it's really you all engaging with ideas on how you all can lead outside the confines of just being a board member that votes on specific items. And I think especially after, as a springboard from the conversation this morning, which I think was an absolutely fabulous conversation about racial equity and the things that we can be doing as boards, I heard a lot of engagement from the board members. And while you all have a defined role, which primarily consists of voting on items that come before you for consideration and selecting an EO, you are nonetheless leaders of your organization. And within those confines, I'd like to give you some tools and solicit input from all of you about ways that you can march forward and demonstrate that leadership. And racial equity may be one piece of it, but it may be choosing to lead on other issues as well. So that's going to be the bulk of our conversation. But Emel and Jennifer and I did want to touch base on a couple of other things. We're not going to be doing our usual update on significant litigation. There is a lot going on in the courts, both challenges to water board actions where, fortunately, because of the great work that your staff do and that the regional council do, we have a very good record in the courts. If you have questions about any of the ongoing litigation, you can always reach out to me, reach out to Emel or Jennifer, or reach out to your regional counsel. Frankly, there's also a fair bit going on because of the whole dynamic between California and the federal government over the last 4 years. We have been quite circumspect at the water boards, and I think folks may recall me saying this last year at WQCC. There's a lot going on from the federal EPA, the federal Department of Interior, and we do not reflexively sue over everything they do. If what they do doesn't preclude us from carrying out our authorities under the Porter-Cologne Act, we are well happy to go forward and use our state law authorities to protect the citizens of California as well as the environment, and don't need to needlessly be filing lawsuits against the federal government. We do have 2 key pieces of litigation against the feds that are ongoing, and if you ever want updates on them, I can provide them to you. One is on the Trump administration's efforts to rewrite what's a water of the United States. Again, within California, we can continue to regulate, and we will continue to use our Porter-Cologne authority, and you all do a terrific job on that front. But we did have significant concerns about how the contraction of federal authority in upland or upstream states, like, for example, as I look, Nancy happens to be featured prominently on my screen right now, the Colorado River Basin. Colorado River flowing through originates in numerous upstream states that don't have a robust state water quality regulatory program. And we had tremendous concern that the Colorado River and then on the north, the Klamath River would be adversely impacted by some of these changes. And so we decided to sue the US EPA and the US Army Corps of Engineers, along with the AG and 20 plus other states, to challenge their narrowing of the scope of the Clean Water Act. The other significant lawsuit we have against the federal government concerns the narrowing of state authority under Clean Water Act Section 401, which is what allows us to issue water quality certifications whenever there's a federal activity or federal permit or license. It's a very important authority because in certain areas, like under the Federal Power Act, where FERC has exclusive jurisdiction to permit certain electrical facilities, and state law is generally preempted, the Water Quality Certification Authority under Section 401 is the exclusive ability for the states to maintain control over their state waters and to protect them from a water quality perspective. And the federal administration has been trying to contract that authority significantly. They adopted new regulations that went into effect on September 11th. Ironically, we have great concerns about it because of hydroelectric facilities in California and what they mean for the health of our stream systems. But the real impetus for most of that challenge was actually pipeline actions going on around the country and efforts by states to protect both their surface and groundwaters from the impacts of those pipeline activities and those pipeline construction activities. And that's something that the federal administration has contracted significantly. So if you ever want updates on that litigation, we are happy to provide them to you. Speaking of very briefly of the updates you might get from your regional board attorneys, I do want to make a brief call out to say I continue to appreciate all of you who reach out and express your gratitude and appreciation for the tremendous work that's done by the regional board attorneys. They continue to do just an incredible job. They are often under-resourced for the work they need to do, considering the robust portfolios that all of the regional boards seem to have. But also, they have done an incredible job helping ensure that your staff continue to not only comply with the law, not the minimum legal requirements that have been established, especially in the wake of Governor Newsom's executive orders that have given us greater flexibility for meetings like this and for some of the other regulatory activities. But they have threaded a needle to ensure that not only are we satisfying those minimum legal constraints, but that we are continuing to have robust, engaging public meetings that fulfill the underlying spirit of the Open Meeting Act and ensure that the water boards really are open vessels for receiving public comment. And that's just a tremendous work that they've done and that your staff at each of the regions have done. And I greatly appreciate that. I said it yesterday, but truly, talking to GovOps and some of the others, the water boards really have been considered sort of the gold standard in how to continue with public participation during COVID-19. And so that's a testament to everybody, not only on this meeting, but also to the staff. For today's discussion, since we're not going to do a deep dive in any of that litigation, we pulled out two key areas where I just want to do a quick refresher. One will be on ex parte communications, and then the other will be on electronic communications, and Jennifer is going to take the lead on talking about that. And then we're going to reserve the balance of the time to talk about that board member roles and leadership area. But I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that in your materials, besides receiving, once again, for some of you, you may be coming up on 10 or 15 times you've received it, the ex parte Q&A document. There is also a copy of the most recent conflict of interest principles applicable to the water board members. I cannot emphasize enough, I recognize it's droll reading and it's maybe tedious to go through, but I do really encourage each of you to dust it off, flip through it, don't memorize it, but it really will help with issue spotting on potential conflicts that may come up during your time on the board. Fortunately, I've been very lucky over my 15 years as chief counsel that I have found nothing but ethical regional water board and state water board members. But and the conflicts and ethics rules that are laid out in that conflict of interest principles memorandum are common sense for most ethical people. But at the same time, there are some prophylactic conflicts rules based on the proximity of an economic interest you may have to an action you're undertaking. And so it's important to go through and refresh your recollection on using that conflict of interest principles memorandum. Don't try to memorize things, but use it as an opportunity to spot issues. And if you ever see a proceeding that's coming down the pipe, perhaps a cleanup action that's going to your full board, and you know that it's within a half mile, a mile, 2 miles of a piece of property you may either own or have an interest in, use that as an opportunity to reach out to the regional board counsel or one of the assistant chief counsels. And let's make sure we go through the right conflicts analysis, because we want to continue to keep all of our board members both in compliance with the letter and spirit of the law, and as an ancillary benefit, keep them out of the headlines because of conflicts issues. They are certainly one of the things that contributes to the greatest cynicism about public regulatory agencies. And again, I really appreciate that over my years at the water boards, we have managed to avoid those kinds of conflicts and have always acquitted ourselves quite well in that particular arena. So do take a peek through that. I do want to mention one other thing before I get into ex parte communications, which is we often spend a little bit of this time talking about expectations with executive officer performance reviews. The Division of Administrative Services and the Human Resources Branch, sorry about that, I was about to do my Mike Pence imitation with a fly in here, has been working on a document for all of the regional boards that outlines some basic expectations for leadership and performance review of executive officers. It attempts to follow the standard form that's used when we evaluate and assess the performance of a civil servant. So it's not quite a perfect tool. So we're doing some tweaking within the Office of Chief Counsel. And at one point in time, we actually contemplated sharing it as part of the WQCC, but given the time constraints and the need to iterate on that document, what we're going to do is actually push it out through the chairs meeting platform. And so your chairs will have that as a resource that they can then provide to the other board members once you get into the cycle where you're going to be looking to assess your executive officer. And again, I know I'm beating a drum on this one as I do every year, but it is incredibly important. You all only get to interact with your executive officers irregularly through the board meeting format. And it's really good to take advantage of the opportunity to meet once a year in closed session and give them a meaningful assessment of their performance and the expectations, because nobody wants any surprises on that front. So hopefully that document, once we get it out to you, will be a good tool, and it will help underscore that there's no one size fits all approach to the assessments, but there are sort of key questions that you should all be asking. So with that, I want to turn quickly to.
Can I add one thing on that? Just that the assistant chief counsels are available to assist the boards with that process. So any boards who are getting ready to embark on the process, even though we don't have a document ready for you yet or guidance, feel free to reach out to your assistant chief counsel to help with scheduling and templates and the like.
And
so it looks like Jim's got a question.
No, it's just, I got a little praise for Amel, having done, I think, 3 executive officer evaluations and hiring one. Amel was just fabulous on making sure that we took the standard kinds of performance evaluations and used them both for a fair evaluation and for setting up what the things that we knew we must have in a new executive officer. So I wanted to praise her in front of you.
I appreciate that, Jim. I recognize I've got 2 shining stars in Jennifer and Amel, and they're both terrific. And Jennifer's had to, I guess now, Jen, it's been 2 years. She's starting to go through a bunch of these performance appraisals as well. But you really, for the regional board members, they are terrific resources when you're starting that process. And I want to emphasize the point that Amel said, that they're not only available for you, but you absolutely should be reaching out to them when you want to do a performance appraisal. The one thing we don't want is for the board members to be going into a closed session to start a performance appraisal without having some counsel there. And I think most of you have heard me say this before, we try not to have the regional board attorneys involved in that, because they have day-to-day relationships with your executive officer, with your staff. And we don't want to put them in a position where they're potentially between the board and the executive officer. And this is one of those places where the deft touch of Amel and Jennifer can really make for a sound proceeding for the regional boards. So please reach out to them when you're ready to start that process, and do it before you start that process. So anything on those sort of high-level issues before I quickly turn to ex parte communications? All right, so I am not going to spend much time on ex parte, but this is another area where I do want to spend a few moments and encourage everybody to once again look at the ex parte Q&A. It was embedded within the Word document that was distributed as part of this WQCC, and it is also posted prominently on the laws and regulations section of the State Water Board's website, and most of the regional boards link directly to that. I've been with the water boards now for 22 years. I've been chief counsel for 15 years. And I will say the first 5 years that I was chief counsel, it certainly seemed like ex parte communications, one, were not only an issue that we spent an extensive amount of time on at WQCC each year, but 2, were a recurring source of friction with the regulated community, the NGO community, the legislature, and the governor's office, simply because folks didn't understand the rules. Folks were used to the city council model, not aware of that the water boards were operating under the Administrative Procedures Act. And one of the things that we did early on was we tried to kind of recast how we describe and talk about ex parte communications to emphasize that ex parte communications is and the limitation on communicating outside of a board meeting with parties to an ongoing adjudicative proceeding is not designed to shut down communication with the water boards. It is designed to ensure that it occurs through the appropriate channels and through the appropriately noticed proceedings. And in our first big rewrite back in 2006 of the ex parte document, we really tried to make that clear. This isn't trying to shut down and limit opportunities. It's trying to ensure that they occur appropriately to protect everybody's interests. And one of the things that the document did was emphasize that if you want to have communications, there are ways to do it. You just need to work with counsel and the executive officer to ensure that they're done appropriately. But the other thing that we did is there were a number of recurring issues that kept coming up. And that's why we decided to structure it as a question and answer document so that it became a more useful off-the-shelf tool for the water board members and for the staff and the attorneys to consult when issues would come up, whether it be site visits, whether it would be communications with enforcement staff that are staff of the board, but they're actually advocating for a specific item. And so in the last 13 years, I will say that I have seen a lot less friction on the ex parte issues, but that doesn't mean that they're still there or that they're not there. They just seem to be better contained. And one of the things that I really want to emphasize is that people should continue to use that ex parte communications question and answer document as a resource as things come up. If people are reaching out to you in the cold, including, and fortunately, I think our enforcement staff and our advocacy staff have a really good sense of that they're never going to be reaching out to you. And if you were to reach out to them, they would pretty quickly shut down those kind of conversations. But having that as a resource where you can quickly thumb through the questions, much like a table of contents, to see, is this an issue that I should be sensitive to, has helped tamp down some of those recurring friction points. And one of the things that people don't necessarily appreciate when they're coming in from outside of the world is that when the water boards are conducting an adjudicative proceeding, and for most of you, where that's going to typically manifest is in a permitting or licensing proceeding, like a water quality certification, NPDES permits, or waste discharge permit, or they're going to be in an enforcement context. Those really are the two most common. Once we've started that kind of proceeding, really the communications that you're going to be having are going to be at publicly noticed board meetings, or they're going to be with the close clutch of staff who are advising the board on that proceeding. And if there's anybody outside of that clutch that's trying to communicate with you about that pending proceeding, that should immediately set up a red flag. And I want to be clear that when I say anybody, that's not the discharger only who's reaching out. It's not the established environmental group that's reaching out to talk to you. It's not the local citizen who, happens to be concerned about the discharge that's going to the beach near them. It's all of those people, but it's also local elected officials, legislative members here in Sacramento, and other members of the executive branch. Sometimes we have other agencies that are participating as parties. We have interests from Cali, PA, or the governor's office. And the ex parte communications penumbra applies to all of them. And so if you ever have an outreach from somebody who's not in, again, that close clutch, your executive officer in most instances, the key staff working to develop the board's recommendation following a hearing, you really should take a pause, look at the ex parte Q&A, and if you don't want to take the time to look at the Q&A and kind of flip through its table of contents, reach out to your regional board attorney or executive officer to make sure that that communication is appropriate. And if it's not, then have them work with the party reaching out to you to either ensure that their communication comes through the appropriate avenue. One of the things that we've historically spun up things like workshops or additional hearings. You heard Jean-Pierre, or I guess it was actually Matt Keeling, talking about all of their efforts on their irrigated lands general order. And the general orders are the one exception that we were able to get through the legislature a few years ago to the ex parte communications prohibition. And now those communications can occur outside of a board meeting so long as that they're documented and noticed out to all the other parties. But the procedure that they're going through in the Central Coast with multiple workshops with discrete issues is designed to kind of help blunt what would otherwise be a desire for a tremendous number of ex parte communications. And so one of the ways that we address these kinds of concerns is by providing more process, more notice, more public workshops, additional opportunities for written comment. And if you feel like the existing confines are too stringent, that there's not enough opportunity for those communications to occur through the appropriate venue, work with your executive officer and work with your regional council to develop the right kinds of procedures. And that was really all that I wanted to re-emphasize and underscore on ex parte communications today. It should always be something that you're sensitive to. It doesn't apply to all of our proceedings. It applies to an important but nonetheless subset of the proceedings. And it only applies once our proceeding has gone pending, which means an application's been filed or a complaint has been filed if it's an enforcement action. And your regional board attorneys and your executive officer are available to help you navigate those issues, avoid the improper communications, and get people directed to the right way to communicate when it's appropriate. Are there any issues on ex parte communication folks would like to talk about before we hand it over to Jennifer to talk a little bit about electronic communications?
Michael, quick question. Is there a place for the regional board members or board members generally to see what is currently subject to ex parte? Or how best to kind of try to stay on top of, and to your point, it's obvious specific proceedings before us, that's kind of the marker of them, but is there a place where they're enumerated at least?
Yeah, so unfortunately, there's not a good central repository for all of the applications that have come in. That's why we just strongly encourage, if somebody's reaching out to you about something explicit that you've never heard of, there's normally a reason they're reaching out, and that's because something's starting. And so that's why if you get that kind of outreach and it's on a specific site or a specific issue, touch base with the executive officer or the regional council, and we can quickly bird dog the multiple resources that will allow us to identify whether something's pending.
Fair, thank you.
I want to add something onto that. So there is not a central repository for things like ex parte. For the general permits, at least the state water board and most of the region boards do have a place where they identify what their general permits are, which are subject to the very limited ex parte exception, and it does indicate when there's a cutoff date. So that's at least something that the public at least can go to.
Certainly, no, that's a really good point, and that was one area where I really appreciate. It was during the Brown administration that we got a surgical amendment to the water code that allowed those, because the general orders really do, in many respects, work and act more like a regulation or a basin plan amendment, and have such a broad range of stakeholders that it was a nice needle that we threaded there. And I think it was important to demonstrate also that the water boards were open and amenable to those kinds of approaches.
Clarification, please. So my understanding on general orders, ex parte applies. Did I hear it differently?
So on general orders, and I want to be very clear, a general order has a very specific meaning. There are no named parties to the proceeding. So for example, on the regional MS4 permits, even though there are at times dozens of permittees on those are still subject to the ex parte prohibition. In contrast, and for you, Carl, the irrigated lands orders are the best example. There are not named dischargers per se. I mean, the coalition groups often will take care of implementation, but the general orders that allow entities to come in or persons to come in after the fact and enroll underneath them are still subject to ex parte disclosures, but they are not subject to the ex parte prohibition. However, the way that the statute is written, and this is covered in the Q&A if you want to go back for the refresher, we do, in the time running up to the final board meeting, the regions and the state board do have the ability to essentially put up an ex parte wall in that final couple of weeks, for example. But prior to that, communications can occur so long as they are documented, reported by the individual who is communicating with the board member, and then distributed out and posted on the water board's website.
So that's the responsibility of the board member to make sure that happens. Am I correct?
It's actually the responsibility of the individual or group of people reaching out to the board member. However, we have taken the position in the past that a board member could satisfy that legal obligation for the individual communicating with the board member, but the law places that obligation on the person communicating to a board member.
Yeah, my concern is typically they'll either not do it or not do it with full disclosure.
Yeah, and that's a concern we all have, and it's something that we navigated both in crafting the legislation and after the fact. At the state board, our process is when somebody has to do one of these disclosures, normally we will have a staff person who participates, and I would expect this would be the case most of the time for regional board members who are having communications about a pending general order, that there would be a staff person who would join you all in that meeting. And when the ex parte disclosure comes in to the water boards, we actually circulate it back out to the board member or to the staff or both who were involved in that meeting to make sure that it, one, accurately reflects what was said in the meeting, and two, is an actual adequate disclosure, that it actually reflects everything or all the high level key issues that were raised during that meeting. And the reason that we do that is, again, gets back to sort of a core value in the conversation we've been having about the Open Meeting Act, which is, we want to be transparent about these communications, and we want board members making decisions based on the record before them and matters that are disclosed. We don't want board members making decisions on off the record matters that other parties don't have an opportunity to respond to. And so the disclosure is designed to satisfy that latter concern.
Thank you.
No problem at all, Carl. So unless there's anything else, Jen, do you want to go ahead and take care of electronic communications for us?
Yeah, and I'll make it really quick because I know we want to get on to the next discussion. So this is just your friendly reminder that it's very important that when you communicate with staff or any members of the public, obviously we're allowed with members of the public, that you, anywhere you're conducting official state business, please use your water board's email account. It's very, very important that we maintain those emails according to our retention policy, and that they are maintained in case we get any Public Records Act requests or subpoenas. I refer you to the memo. I know you've probably seen this memo several times now from April 2017. It was part of the briefing materials. And then in terms of text messages, anything on your personal devices, but with text messages, we obviously recommend not having any substantive water board official business conducted over text messages. Things like, please check your water board account, or hey, can I talk to you? Things like that are fine, but anything with substantive, please either refrain from doing so, or make sure that you're capturing those text messages either in a screenshot or something where you can email it to your water board's account so they are retained according to our retention schedule. And if you really, really need to use a personal email address, please at least CC your water board email address, or at least forward it to your water board email address so that, again, so it's captured. And that was it.
Perfect, thanks. And this is obviously an area that's been, there's been recurring interest and sensitivity both at the national and state level. And we want to make sure that everything that we're doing, we have the ability to memorialize and capture. And so always be sensitive about that when you're doing water board work. And I know for the regional board members, you are all volunteers. You're not full-time state employees. And we're trying our best to minimize the impact on you, and recognize that some of you are already maybe juggling 4 or 5 emails. But we're trying to make sure that there are options for you, so that if somebody does reach out to you on a personal email, you can get that shifted over to your work email and follow up accordingly there. So I recognize that may put little kinks in how some of you communicate, but we really can't underscore enough how important that is, and likewise with the text communications.
Michael, I got a question on the email. Speaking of our water board emails, every 2 or 3 days, we got to type in the code. Is that going to keep going on? Do you know, or do you guys have the same issue?
Yeah, we have to re-authenticate regularly. I mean, frankly, it's gotten a lot better. Simply, at least we're not changing our complex passwords every 90 days now that we can hold on to those. But yeah, they are, simply because of the security issues. We do have a risk surface because we're on the state networks, and we do have some sensitive information within our networks. There are ongoing efforts to get into the water board accounts. So you're going to have to continue to authenticate every few days and let the water board's Outlook servers know that, yes, that is indeed your device, and that you've used the Authenticator app or confirmed through a text code that it is really you on the other end. Sorry, Nancy.
On all 3 devices, right? On the main device, you only have to put the code. On the other 2 devices, you got to put the password and the code. So, but yeah, I know it's just a pain, but okay.
Sorry about that.
You have your cell phone with you too.
Yeah, you need your code or your password on that.
Yeah. So I want to spend the balance of our time talking a little.
I think we actually do have a raised hand.
Jane, okay.
Hi, yeah, it's
Go ahead,
Jane. Thanks, and thanks for this briefing. It's very helpful. I just want to ask on the email, and I don't know if this is for Jennifer or Michael, but is it okay to run a parallel system on your personal email and your water board so that you see the emails come in on your personal account, which I'm in all the time, or my work account? Is it okay to have it in both?
So our preference is not, and what I would suggest is working with the IT folks at your region to make sure that you can get notifications without having emails automatically forward on to your private device. Because here's the concern and the challenge. The outbound email that goes to your personal email from your water board account saying, it's a forwarded email from Joaquin saying whatever. We'll continue to retain that consistent with our schedule, but you now have a copy of it on your personal device. And if after 90 days we delete it off our system, it may still reside on your device, which creates additional public records obligations for us to then potentially search your private device and your Gmail or whatever account you're using for your personal email to see if any records have been retained there that otherwise have been purged off the water board system. So blind forwarding, we don't encourage. There are ways that, and you could talk to the IT folks, that you can at least receive notifications or set your device up so that it at least has access to the system and you get notified, but you're still keeping everything within the water board Outlook system. And that was one of the things that at least a few years ago when we moved to Microsoft as our provider platform for emails, it did make it easier for folks who may want to install Outlook or use email on their personal devices to at least get the notifications, but we continue to be able to enforce retention schedules across the board for all of our water board users. So I would suggest reaching out to IT to figure out if we can come up with a solution that works for you without creating a whole parallel set of records that may be maintained and kept beyond our ordinary retention schedules.
All right, thank you. I'll admit I have some work to do on this front.
No, and I'm sorry. And it's one of those things. We had a super painful conversation that some of you may recall 3 or 4 years ago during WQCC on this. And it's one of these that there's just a really tight balance, whether it's the security issues that Nancy raised, the records retention issues, or the convenience issues. And I would like it to be the most convenient that it can be for you all, but we're constantly doing this cost benefit analysis and trying to comply with the state, the state Department of Technology's requirements for safety, security, and then DGS's requirements for retention. And so there's a lot of tension that occurs. We tried to solve that by making personal devices something that could be used to connect to the water board's account. So we'll work to try to come up with a solution that works for you too, Jane.
All right, thank you very much.
Hey, Michael.
Sorry, attorneys don't always deliver good news. Sorry about that.
Hey, Michael, just a quick question, and I apologize. We're kind of jumping back slightly, but there was just a quick question. If the public is concerned about the ex parte communications or a bias concern, is there a way they can lodge a complaint? And if so, can we tell them how? I'm not sure myself.
Yeah, so often what we'll have is if somebody is concerned about an impermissible ex parte communication, I've seen it manifest a couple different ways. There's no single right answer. It can be elevated to the regional board chair. We have seen people file complaints in the Office of Chief Counsel, and we'll do an investigation. And then there are different remedies under the Administrative Procedures Act. If we think that if we determine after that investigation that there was an inappropriate ex parte communication, we can go through a disclosure process to cure it. In extreme circumstances, you could even see a situation where a board member would be recused, but it's normally best to either bring it to the attention of the board chair or to bring it to the attention of the Office of Chief Counsel. And we've received the same kinds of things with respect to bias allegations. It sounded like there might have been a second embedded question about that. And we'll normally do the investigation and then help the regional board make appropriate findings and make recommendations as to whether or not a board member should recuse because of potential bias or take other appropriate actions.
Great, thanks.
And then,
Michael.
Great. And then Jim, it looked like you had another question.
Did you catch my comment at the beginning that the Outlook system for somebody that doesn't carry around a cell phone and is unbelievably unfriendly? And I just don't do anything substantive on my on email on my account. I set up meetings. That's pretty much all I do. But I'll go there every 2 or 3. I mean, I was getting kicked off quite regularly, and then I can't carry around a slip of paper every time I'm somewhere with an iPad and borrow somebody else's phone because they're not going to call my cell phone because I don't carry one. I mean, it's such an inconvenient system for a part-time board member. It's different than if you're in an office and you're working there. But I've also been responsible for records retention for the whole department at the Port of Oakland. So I know what is a record, and I know, I think, you'll have to defend me if I screw it up. I know how not to create a record. Because that's really the concern, and the due process is the concern. But I don't kvetch about the website just to kvetch about it. I kvetch about it because I get an email every 2 or 3 weeks through there. I mean, it's just and it's a pain in the ass to log on.
Yeah, well, and that's one thing I think we've tried to emphasize to folks over the years, and when we went through this exercise 4 years ago, we did talk about creating options to minimize the impact. Again, we recognize you all are volunteers that make incredibly challenging, difficult decisions. And we don't have an expectation that you're connected 24/7 to your water board account. And we don't ever want to create that expectation for you all. That is unfair to you all. And so there are protocols that you can work with your executive officer and staff to put in place so that it, potentially it's staff that help manage your work inbox. And they're the ones that are forwarded communications to make sure that anything that's a record is getting dealt with, or anything that requires a constituent response is getting dealt with. And so always consider those as options, because I don't want you carrying around a cell phone 24/7. I know you don't even want to carry a cell phone, Jim, but to try to deal with water board concerns. And we don't expect you to.
It used to be worse.
And the one thing, Jim makes a good point about knowing how not to create a record. Of course, the problem with email communications is that they're bilateral, and somebody can create a record by what they send to you. And so those are the challenges we, of course, always face. But again, there are lots of different ways to get a hold. If you don't have a private device, Outlook can be a lot less friendly when you're trying to go through just to check an email, and you have to go through a web browser and the multiple security steps. But for those of you who do have private devices, there are some really good, easier ways to get connected into the system if you want that kind of connectivity. And so don't hesitate to reach out to us and to the regional board IT folks, because we'll get you equipped the right way.
So Michael, I don't want to keep anyone from asking that questions, but I know you have a discussion to get to, and we have, a little less than 20 minutes now.
Sure. So let me do a lightning round to introduce this one, because I really do want it to be a board member conversation. One of the documents that we distributed around is an OCC memorandum on the roles of the board members. And I somewhat flippantly described it at the outset of this as you all prepare and come to a board meeting to vote on specific regulatory actions. And that's one of the most important things you do. And that is the fundamental role of a board member. The next, and I would say is probably even more important responsibility, is selecting your executive officer, because they are your day-to-day face. They interact not only with staff that they manage and supervise, but they are interacting with community groups, environmental groups, the regulated entity, and elected officials. And how you set that tempo, how you select that person and assess their performance, really, I think, is the most important thing that the board members do. But we do have these challenges. You have a large organization that responds to your executive officers. And while the executive officer is setting the tempo on a day-to-day basis and is leading the organization on a day-to-day basis, you all are the public officials that are appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate, and collectively, not so much as individuals, but collectively, you are setting the priorities and setting the policy direction within the legal and scientific confines of the Porter-Cologne Act for the board. And we have important activities that we undertake, such as our discussion on racial equity, that don't necessarily fit into traditional boxes of a once-a-year performance appraisal of your EO, or within the confines of any particular regulatory discussion or regulatory decision by the board. And so I wanted to have a little bit of a conversation as to how the board can lead in those particular areas, and how the board can interact with staff, because while you don't manage and supervise the staff, you all have responsibilities. If there is a staff member that is concerned about an EEO issue, they can go to anyone that's in the managerial chain or an official of the board. So they could go to you with a complaint about sexual harassment. And of course, the first thing you should always do is make sure, if it doesn't involve the EO, is at least make sure they've gone to the EO. You should always get OCC involved. But you also need to be able to provide assurances to the board, to the staff, that you understand the demands that they have, and that they are hearing from not just the executive officer, but collectively from the board, that the actions that they are taking are consistent with where the board would like the regional board as an entity and as an agency to move on water quality protection and to balance the various competing concerns. So I was thinking back as we were talking about racial equity and thinking about these issues, and what are some of the ways that you all can do that? And I'm going to throw out a few things that I've seen over the years amongst the boards, but I also want to invite board members to add to the conversation. And, there may be some that we shoot down here from an OCC perspective, but I want to get the juices flowing because I think this is going to be an important conversation for us to have in the years as we move forward. So, one of the things is we have WQCC where you share these ideas, racial equity being a great example today. Performance measurements has been another WQCC issue. And so you always have the opportunity, again, working through your executive officer to tee up these kinds of issues as an informational item for the board collectively to hear and to share ideas that both the public and the staff can garner where the board is going on a matter and where the board would like to see the EO navigate the bureaucracy. The other ability, especially when you're thinking about something like racial equity or performance outcomes, is in the context of very specific regulatory actions. Asking staff, what are the communities that are affected by this? How have they traditionally been represented or not? How do you incorporate that into the decision-making framework that's before the board? And that's always an item that's in play and appropriate for you all to ask. How do these larger conversations work? Cost of compliance is something that regularly comes up at the State Water Board. How was that taken into account when developing a monitoring program? But then once you get outside of the specific the executive officer's report is a great tool that all of you have on your agenda, where there may be an issue that's raised. There could be a report following this WQCC that an executive officer includes in the report. And you can raise questions and ask for the executive officer to follow up in a future executive officer report with areas of concern for the board members. And then when asking for these, I think we always need to be mindful, and you all are very good about this, is they all come with a cost. If we're setting up an informational item or we're asking for executive officer reports, one good reason that you actually ask about them in the public forum is because it allows a quick conversation amongst the board as to whether or not we want to redirect resources for these particular activities. And so far, these kinds of things are all teeing things up for public discussions by the board at a publicly noticed board meeting. But I also want to put a couple other tools out there and considerations for you all. Your staff are often intimidated by the fact that their interactions with you are limited to them presenting an item and you're up at the dais. And that is a very asymmetrical power relationship. And you don't supervise them, you don't manage them, but I strongly encourage members, and time and the time demands you all face are always a real concern, but to look for opportunities in consultation with the chair and the executive officer for board members to participate in other activities at the board, such as regular staff meetings. Rotating amongst the board members and having a board member at a staff meeting can be hugely valuable for breaking down some of those walls. The state board members are full-time. They're used to interacting with staff and briefings on a regular basis. The regional board staff don't get that opportunity. And those can be very, very valuable opportunities. Office parties, to the extent that a member or multiple members, so long as it's less than a quorum, are interested in going to those, provides yet another opportunity to convey the board's engagement and interest in what's being undertaken by the staff outside of a particular regulatory action, but also provides an opportunity for board members. And again, I encourage you to work with your EOs to talk about issues that are particularly keen for you. And racial equity is one that would be a particularly powerful item for a staff, either a monthly staff meeting or a semi-regular staff meeting, for board members to share some of the stories like we heard earlier today in the racial equity discussion. And those social opportunities really help to break down the walls between staff and board members. And I just want to leave one sort of final thought on that before handing it over to all of you. You do have to be somewhat careful. I think that, kind of an office party or a noticed event are good. I think you do need to be a little bit careful about how many social interactions you're having with staff outside of the board office, because one of the things that we've seen in multiple regions, I saw this actually in my time when I was a regional board attorney out in the Los Angeles region, is you all are not expected to be cognizant of the various civil service rules. And it's very easy to start to develop what are social relationships that quickly can create problems from a civil service perspective, or from even a jealousy perspective amongst the staff who are not as well versed in what the board members' roles are, and they see certain staff who are constantly hanging out with board members and start to draw sort of inappropriate conclusions. So look for those opportunities to kind of break down the walls, but also be mindful about purely social engagements. And that's not to say to reject them out of hand, but just to be very sensitive to them. And the one note that I wanted to add that I'd forgotten when I was speaking about informational items and so forth is, and again, I recognize all of you are volunteers that are expected to come to a board meeting once a month, and you all have jobs and lives outside of the water boards. But the opportunity when they present to go on site visits with staff can be hugely rewarding for both the board members and the staff. And they, again, kind of let the staff see that the board members are engaged, how the board members may engage with not only staff, but other members of the public when it's not a decision-making framework. And seeing the board members act and ask questions about sort of the non-regulatory issues, like how this affects communities or how this affects a discharger from a cost of compliance perspective. Those can all, again, be very helpful for expanding the board members' roles and relationships, but doing it within this confine of you have an executive officer who makes the day-to-day supervision and management decisions. So with that, are there other ideas that board members would like to throw out there for discussion for how they can engage with the staff and set that leadership tempo for the agency, given that you are all essentially volunteer once or twice a month board members?
Michael, I'll jump in and start off a little bit of a conversation, but I think this year in particular with COVID, the connection to staff and just sort of the, we are all in this together to varying degrees, but we're all experiencing similar things. And earlier this year, Mike Montgomery, who you all know now is a movie star, invited us to do video messages to the staff that I think he shared or interspersed with folks. And they were just, 60 seconds of sort of, how is everybody? This is what's happening with me. Thank you for your hard work, especially when we're also cutting your hours and, and how much we need your help. And it was, I think some of these new tools, especially as we live in this virtual world, is it's really great to take advantage of them and to use that technology. So that was very fun.
No, that's a great idea. And one thing I like about that is it gives a chance for the staff to get to know the board members, whether they're anecdotes you want to share, your life outside of the board, that they don't hear from the dais. And, if you read all the literature on leadership, it's not just about do X, Y, and Z. It's, how being empathetic and relating to people on a more personal level. And I just think that there's a huge value that we can recognize from establishing those. Again, it's important that we recognize how we do it and we be sensitive to some of the time constraints. But I love the fact that Mike did that with you all. And that's a terrific, terrific idea.
And I jump in, this is Nusha. And actually what I did was I have 2 kids. So I brought my kids in the video and have, show them that, look, I'm also a mother and have 2 kids at home, distance learning and trying to juggle a billion things. Because look, I think, we constantly talk about diversity and inclusion. And I guess going back to some of the things I said earlier, it comes in so many different ways. Another part of diversity is parenting and people who are past that era, or people who don't parent, like they're younger and haven't reached that age. And the challenges that we're all facing are so different, right? The opportunities are so different too. So it's really, really important to have some of those realizations, or at least acknowledge them. I think acknowledging and saying, look, these are the realities everybody's facing. And it's not just for this period, this specific period that you're in, but also overall, how do you juggle a billion different things, which our staff are quite good at.
No, I love that. I mean, that was great, Nisha, that you did that. And, I was not intentionally trying to tie this together with the COVID discussion and electronic meetings yesterday, but again, it's a barrier of entry. My staff in OCC, I mean, we're having to interact through these platforms. We're trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. But the fact that we're doing that, and most of the regions have some sort of forum where they're doing this as well, provides a great low barrier of entry for board members to, pop in. And it doesn't have to be, because you don't have to drive there anymore, which in some of our communities, some of the regions are so widespread and the board members are spread around. But also they don't need to be long endeavors. Just that 10 or 15 minutes can go such a long way. And, again, part of it, I love the fact that, you're able to relate to them by showing your kids, but also, talking about the issues that don't come up. How are folks coping with COVID-19? How have the water boards addressed some of these real challenges, and hearing the board members share perspectives on how they're dealing with COVID-19 outside of the water board family, because each organization has had to adapt differently and you each bring a different perspective on that. So staff love to hear that kind of stuff.
We do have a couple of raised hands. We have Jim with Region 2 and then Monica with Region 3.
I think you teed this up just about perfectly, Michael. It is important to have relationships, and it's also important to have boundaries around those relationships so they don't undermine the executive officer. You need to keep those two things in mind. Of our staff, there's a number of people that do what I used to do, and they do it better. But I know they're mentors, and so we had a field meeting in Marin County where they had an opportunity to talk about the stream restoration work that they've done, and with the county, erosion expert. It was wonderful. It was wonderful, and it was a chance to value what they do and understand it in the larger context of how this stuff has all developed over decades and how they are advancing it. And how we all play different roles at different times. So but nothing beats. I mean, I used to ride to the regional board office, once or twice a month, and I was there. Travel like I try to live, and so it is important to have that relationship. But you're absolutely right about the boundary.
I think one thing, and I know we got Monica next, but at each one of those, the boundary is important and making sure the EO is engaged on it, but also recognizing, you're one of 7 folks on your board if your board's fully staffed. And, the great thing about the EO, and the most challenging thing that the EO has to do, is the EO almost always has to speak for all 7 of you. And so when you are out there on these interactions, recognize that you're a board member that's there, but you're speaking on behalf of yourself. Monica.
Thank you. And appreciate this conversation a great deal, because we do recognize the strengths and the talents of our staff and how much we rely on it, and whatever opportunities we have to acknowledge that. They're few, they're not enough certainly, but we do try to do that. Another dimension of this is the opportunity to hear about the personal interests and kind of experiences of staff, and that happens on several occasions. Once it'll happen on hiring, and so we have and then we can see kind of relationships, and the seniors who are supervising our newest members, often they're interns that come to the hearing or even on Zoom, get introduced. And the introduction includes a little bit of background, what their interests are, what their passions are, what kinds of experiences they're bringing, their tech knowledge, and how they may be using it to strengthen a program. And so I think it gives the new staff member a chance to show what their commitment is. And if they want to speak as part of the introduction. And I know the board really appreciates seeing, especially the younger folks. We're lucky we have Cal Poly nearby, so we often have interns from Cal Poly programs. And so, that's an important point. The flip side of that coin, and it's always a bittersweet moment, is in celebrating retirements. And we've had a few of those lately, but I've been working with some folks for even prior to being on the board. I had come to know these folks through my professional life and thought very highly of them, respected them, and all of those things, but really discovered, my goodness, the extraordinary people they really are. And so hearing other staff comment and, share kind of the insights about how this person lived their life, both, in their personal goals and so forth. So that's wonderful. And then we celebrate the moments of being advanced and coming up the ranks. And in hearing about that, we also then hear about the different programs they've worked on, because typically when we have a hearing, we have 2 or 3 staff members that may represent 5 years of work and all the staff that go with it. So recognizing those moments of progress in career development. So I really value that. And it's another way for all of us to kind of come together and have a common appreciation of why we're in that room, or why we are so dedicated to put in the time that it takes and make sure we are ready, and make sure that our public face is smooth and highly professional, and not only highly informed, but open to things we didn't know that are going to come up in the hearing, and handling that very professionally. I just have such admiration for our staff and for my fellow board members, and certainly our chair. And I've been under 2 chairs, and they are remarkable in their leadership. So I feel like all the boards probably function that way. So that's my 2 cents or 3 cents.
That's great, Monica. Yeah, those are all great interface points. And as Monica's talking through there, I mean, this is again, each of you is in your own place in terms of what's going on outside the water board. But one of the strengths that we have is the multiplier, that there are 5 to 7 of you on each board, and so each of the boards. And so we're not expecting everyone to show up for every one of these, but just having one board member there at a retirement party when it's possible has such a multiplier effect across the entire organization to show how it's engaged and how the board members are invested in its success, not just on individual permitting or basin planning actions, but for the organization as a whole. And it helps send that reinforcing signal that the board has the back of the executive officer as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for incredible points there, Monica. And really, ultimately, they're a shared sense of leadership. There's, by empowering and understanding our incredible staff and lifting up their expertise through ourselves as board members, it creates, it's like a pie that grows, as opposed to a pie that sort of shrinks the more people you have when you demonstrate that sort of leadership. So I just want to acknowledge your good thoughts there, because it is about, I'm completely humbled on a daily basis by the expertise and leadership at our programs in the divisions. And I don't function without that, without them being the best leaders they can be. So lifting them up, making sure that they're acknowledged, and remembering, humbling ourselves completely, and often that we are in a shared space of leadership with each other here. So thank you for that.
And if folks, I know we're already over our time. If there are other items that you would like to recommend that we can put into sort of a laundry list for the regional board members, I'm happy to compile those. So if you think of things down the road, you can either reach out to me. I think everyone knows my email address, or reach out to your EO or regional board council and have them relay. And we'll put this together in a document moving forward, just so that you all have that menu of options and things that you can think about how to engage your executive officer and staff on outside of the regulatory context to help build those relationships and demonstrate that leadership on these non-regulatory issues.
Michael, can I ask one quick question?
Yes.
One thing that's really missing with the platforms we're on now is that casual time as you're coming to a meeting and leaving a meeting. And I just want to ask if I'm on other boards that are doing this, and I just non-public boards, but if we opened the meeting line like 15 minutes ahead of the scheduled start time, so if the meeting started at 9 and we opened the line at 8:45, and can we have that casual banter for a little bit before we're on webcast? I know there's meeting rule issues, but can we have any of that sort of mingling time before a meeting that we would naturally have?
So, legally there are ways to do it. It's fraught for a couple reasons. One is it's very easy to quickly cross over into the sort of inappropriate communicate, because it's not just about the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act issues aren't just about what's noticed for discussion that day, but if it's anything that falls within the water board's jurisdiction. You're all bright people, and there are ways that we can just keep reinforcing that point of, look, not appropriate to be talking about anything that has water in it at all. The bigger concern maybe, and maybe we can work on ways to kind of structure it, is sort of start with little breakout sessions so that we never actually have, a quorum of the board on at once. So you can at least get some casual interaction. And we can do that through the Zoom. You all saw how we did the breakout sessions today, but it's not all of you speaking at once then. Because one of the concerns we always have is, unfortunately, there are a lot of very cynical people out there in the world. And just the idea that, all of a sudden the cameras go live and all the board members are like, recovering from a group conversation feeds a lot of that cynicism. And so those are the kinds of things we might want to manage. But I'd love to kind of think about how we could start structuring little, like I said, breakout rooms may provide a good bit because we can keep people below the quorum just so that we can say, yeah, there is no way they were talking about amongst themselves about water board issues because they were separated out. I think that idea, giving you guys that sort of coffee time before a board meeting could be very helpful. So we'll work with the EOs, and then I think for many of the regions, you're relying on the contractor, and we'll talk to the contractor about how they could structure something like that.
Thank you.
I think it is about trying to, and I'll note, it's trying to better connect us as a community. I think both with our staff and with each other as board members, and appropriately so. I'll just note, I think there used to be a monthly, if not quarterly, newsletter that would go out. It would enumerate new hires, retires, new folks coming onto the board, any news. The newsletter format, I think, has kind of fallen by the wayside generally, especially with this more sort of real-time engagement that folks sort of have. But I'm open to any and all ideas when it comes to how we continue to create this space for us as board members to be supported, to be provided tools, information flow as well, whether it's topic-based or continued discussion around issues like this, around ex parte communications or how to best be a board member and be respectfully so. Please, I think what we're really looking for is a continued dialogue around these items, and ultimately your good thought about how we might do that. Again, newsletter as an example of what used to be a tool. I kind of think of an intranet as maybe a thing to better invest in that connects us more in real time, allows us to share articles or information amongst ourselves. But nonetheless, I think there's just a lot of room for creativity or even just thoughts here. So please, open to all suggestions. And I'll note that we are coming here to time. And so you can also reserve your suggestions if you don't have any in the moment for later.
My only fear of making a suggestion is that, and what you talked about, a newsletter format, maybe online, something like that, but it takes somebody's time. And at this point, we are very short on personnel. And things happen that shouldn't happen simply because of that. They're handling this huge load and something falls out of the basket. It's unavoidable. And so I guess so, but maybe after it's over, after the COVID's over with, and we get folks back, that we can start thinking out of the box on some of these.
That's very fair, Carl. The resource, I think, constraints that we have, and the fact that we can't overpromise on, any good ideas that are generated, we'll have to take some actual resources and follow up if we're going to follow through.
So we put this on, we've got to take something else off. What do you take off? And
right.
So like I said, my email remains open for folks who want to provide any additional ideas, but we'll put together a compendium for you to give you all options. And again, nothing that's required, just suggestions for how you can seize the mantle if you so choose. And with that, Joaquin, I think I'll hand it back to you to bring us home.
well, Michael, the bit about the chat room, with a few people in it, if you put an attorney in there, you can make sure that people will stay honest. That's my experience.
We're very good at saying no.
Very true. Very true. Thank you, Michael.
So, Carl, are you suggesting we give the attorneys the mute control like the Presidential Debates Commission?
Well, it could be. All I know that our attorneys are very good at making sure that we stay in line. So, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that, and I appreciate what they do tremendously.
Thank you for that. And again, thank you for the good discussion. And yes, these platforms, if things go awry, we could just allow our lawyers to just shut off our mics and cameras at any moment and just, nip it in the bud. But, we only have a few moments. I don't have much to say other than thank you, really, by wrap up here. This has been an incredible 2 days. Thank you for sticking through what has been a long 2 days. Hopefully we appropriately provided some breaks here. It was our first WQCC virtual. I just have to thank incredibly, again, all the staff, James, Adriana, Amanda, Jessica, everyone for helping really facilitate this. Carol as well. I can't forget Carol Perkins and all of this. Thank you so much. I'll end with all of us giving them a round of applause. I'll just quickly note you will be receiving a questionnaire about this event, the WQCC event generally. Delby's poll, I don't believe had questions in there. You will be receiving a questionnaire for just the training section as well. So please do respond to that so we can continue to improve the racial equity trainings we're providing. So you'll receive those two things. Thank you. And this is iterative. So chairs flag for you that on Monday we'll have a debrief. Your members should feel free to talk to you and any feedback they might give in the immediate. And we'll all be communicating with you all in different ways soon. So just incredible amount of thanks and a big round of applause for a successful WQCC.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
For everyone.
We'll see you all very soon.
Everybody stay healthy.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Good to see you.